Broadcast from the JLP Mass Rally in the Halfway Tree Square, Sunday, August 10. Main address from Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness. Be there or tune in for all the updates. It's the JLP Mass Rally in the Halfway Tree Square, Sunday, August 10 from 5 to 9:30 p.m. right here on Nationwide 90 FM, the new revolution in media. This broadcast is brought to you by the Jamaica Labour Party. Due to the broadcast of the JLP Mass Rally on Sunday, August 10, Jamaican Dads, Immaculate Moments and Baha'i Faith will not be aired. Nationwide 90 FM now presents the JLP Mass Rally. This is brought to you by the Jamaica Labour Party.
This is the Race to 32, the battle for Jamaica House and the issues that matter. Your voice, your vote.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Nationwide, and I almost said Nationwide at 5, but it's a Sunday afternoon. It's a Sunday afternoon of political significance because we're all expecting to hear the date of the country's 19th general elections since universal adult suffrage was declared in 1944. And I'm Cliff Hughes. I have with me in studio Dr. Nadine Spence, political commentator, veteran journalist from Rebel Radio, Desmond Richards, and a young student at Vassar College in New York, Jamaican, Ronald Dino McLean. He's a student majoring in economics and political science. We also have a team at the site of the JLP Mass Rally in Halfway Tree, led by George Davis, Tonna Thomas, and Ricardo Brooks. And it's all about team coverage for this piece of political history that is being written this afternoon into the evening by the Jamaica Labour Party and Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness. He's expected, as I said, to announce the date of the 19th general elections. And do we have George ready? George is online and ready for us. Good afternoon, George.
Well, we can't interact, but I hope that you're hearing me loud and clear.
I am hearing you, George.
The noise here is deafening. I'm hearing you through our speakers, so here we go. So, Cliff, what the situation is this. They have formed a ring around the heart of Halfway Tree. So if I could give you an idea of where the ring starts. There is an imaginary line drawn down by Cargill Avenue where it intersects with Halfway Tree Road. So from that point upwards, pharmacy toward no vehicular traffic. You can only walk up from that side. Then where Park Road intersects with South Odeon Avenue, blocked, no vehicular traffic. You can only walk up. Then further up, where you're talking about in the vicinity of King's Plaza, coming into Halfway Tree. From there, you can only walk into the square. You can't drive. And then the cordon extends up towards Hope Road, going up towards Devon House side. Now, in the center of that ring, there are two main stages. There's a main stage right at where NCB, if you were at NCB's steps or on the steps, you could look across and see through the front door of York Pharmacy. That stage starts there. The erecting of the stage of the stage starts there. That's the main stage. Then about 100 yards north, there is a second stage. Then after that second stage, they've mounted a big screen at the stoplight, where of course right in the heart, in the center of Halfway Tree, where those big screens usually are, where people watch the exploits of our Olympians and our track stars at the World Championships and at the Olympics. So what they've done is to ensure that the I almost said fans, the Labour Party supporters don't have to all gather and be pairing at one stage, and the stage would be in the distance given the size of the crowd. They have effectively three main screens, three main stages, two main stages and a third area with three big screens. So the area is covered and you'll be able to see comfortably from where you are, although only by looking at the main stage will you be able to see these speakers in the flesh. Now I can tell you, the Labourites in their numbers, imagine smoke being put in a wasp's nest and all the wasps fly out. That's what they look like coming from the area of the direction of King's Plaza all the way on Constant Spring Road into Halfway Tree Square. Then on the other side, it is controlled, as I said, the intersection of Eastwood Park and South Odeon Avenue. Not many people coming from there. But what happens is that the JUTC buses terminate on that side, and then the Labourites make that trek and coming in. But the bulk of the crowd coming in from the direction of King's Plaza, that long walk up. Now the distance between where the King's Plaza is and the trek starts to get to the main stage, the police have told me it's approximately 1,000 meters. So it's a long walk, but the Labourites aren't complaining. The rain has made the place cool and they're enjoying it. And when you think, if you can think of any constituency across Jamaica, any MP and certainly any candidate in waiting, there is a shirt here emblazoned with that person's face. I've seen South Manchester, Southwest St. Catherine, Central St. Catherine. Well, I could be here and naming all 63 constituencies because everybody is represented here and represented in droves. I can say that the vibe is building. Our vendors, our friends are doing a rip-roaring trade. The chicken is being jerked and I'm fretting for them because I don't know if they'll have enough to supply the huge crowd here that is building all the time, and it is a settled atmosphere. In terms of the security forces, the police out in their numbers, groups of 5 and 7, police in on motorcycles, police with their vehicles close to the vehicles just in case they need to drive into a certain space. So it is well secured from the perspective of the security forces. There are some private security officials here as well, and it's building up to be a merry time for the Labourites as they await the big announcement. Back to you.
Thank you very much, George Davis, in the center of Halfway Tree Square, and he's also accompanied by Tona Thomas and Ricardo Brooks. We're going to hear from them a little later. It's 6 minutes after 5 o'clock. You're tuned to Nationwide 90 FM on our YouTube channel, Nationwide 90 Live. We're also streaming on all our social media platforms, and we're going to keep you up to date as to the developments in Halfway Tree on this historic evening where the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Dr. Andrew Holness, is set to announce the date of Jamaica's 19th general election. This would mark the 8th such declaration from Halfway Tree Square since 1949. A win for Holness come 3-4 weeks later would make him the second Jamaican Prime Minister to secure 3 consecutive electoral victories and the first GLP leader to do so. A victory for Holness would also cement his legacy and potentially make him the longest serving Prime Minister in Jamaican history. He could surpass P.J. Patterson's record of just over 14 years. It's a big task to achieve. Jamaicans are wary of giving a Prime Minister and party more than 2 terms in government. Only one party, one Prime Minister has had such a distinction. Of course, the PNP run between February 1989 and 2007. Some of the notable bites so far from the campaign trail leading up to today have been the Prime Minister himself hinting at when he will call the general elections. This is him speaking in East Royal St. Andrew last Sunday, August 3, 2025.
My Jamaican family, the time is drawing near. My Jamaican people, you have a strategic government, a disciplined government, a government that does things systematically and in order. We don't believe in chaka chaka, and we never, ever, ever, ever look chaka chaka. When I put my hand out to you to shake it, you don't have to think twice. You can take my hand. You know that we are clean-hearted and clean hands, and we bring clean words to you, and we give you knowledge and information on which you can make a decision.
A week earlier, in front of a massive crowd at a gospel concert in Portland, Dr. Holness said it should be clear for all to see that the announcement of the general election date is nigh.
It is by now very clear that very soon there will be an election. As leader of the Jamaica Labour Party, that is now the government of this country, that has done so much work, we are the first government that can campaign on achievements. My job, therefore, is to make our calling and election sure. So I am not playing any games with the election. The first thing that we had to do was to win the battle for your minds. Some of you may not remember, a year and a half ago, there was an avalanche of PNP lies and accusations, half-truths, misinformation, falsehood, rampant on social media and with proxies in the media, trying to sway the minds of the people. We recognize that this was a deliberate strategy of the PNP. And we as a party redoubled our efforts to communicate with you. But we did more than that. We made a commitment that in the battle for your minds, we would not lie to you. We would not give you false promises or false hope. That we wouldn't twist the truth. In the battle for your mind, we respect you enough that we will tell you exactly what the situation is. And in the battle for your minds, we told you what we plan to do to make your life better. And we know we can rely on you when we tell you the plans that we have, because you can look at the work that we have already done, and therefore you can have faith in the substance and the evidence of the things that we have done.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Well, let me introduce our panel in studio with me this afternoon. To my immediate left, Dr. Nadine Spence, public commentator. She also lectures at the University of the West Indies Mona campus. To her left, veteran journalist and with Rebel Radio veteran, yes, he is, Desmond Richards. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, Cliff, how are you?
I'm fine. And to his left, we have Ronaldino McLean. Ronaldino McLean is a student of Vassar College, majoring in economics and political science. Welcome, Ronaldino.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Good afternoon. Let me begin with you, Nadine. The moment we are here to cover this afternoon, historic. Whenever an election date is to be announced, it's a piece of history being written. But a lot is at stake.
Right.
Help us to understand how much is at stake.
I think the broader context of it is, as you mentioned earlier, it's our 19th election, and in the context of what is also happening in our neighbors, to our neighbors in the north, the fact of the health of our democracy is important to understand and appreciate. The fact that we are talking about a 19th election in a country that is as young as we are, that has produced a democracy as stable as we are, I think that is important for all of us to appreciate, that this is a moment in the making of our national history. I think that's one. I think we've seen a fight. It's the first I've seen the run-up to an election so intensely fought in my experience with elections. And also perhaps because every sigh, every comment was broadcast across social media, where so many other people other than the people involved in politics directly, i.e. the MPs and the aspirants, have been out campaigning and putting their ideas about both political parties forward on social media. We've never seen it as up close as we are seeing it now. We are not hearing the feedback, seeing the crowds from place to place as up close as we are seeing it now. For those of us who are not directly driving around with the political parties, we are hearing the mistakes as they are made. We are hearing the comments as they are made, whether they're made with the kind of savvy that one would expect from a political actor, or whether or not we think they're deliberately crafted to minds and hearts. We are hearing it and we are watching it up front. And I think because of that, more Jamaicans are in tune. It's being shared in bite-sized pieces more than it has ever been done. So I think the fact of the technology and the communication systems that are available has made it much more intense, and much more Jamaicans are conversing about the elections and have an interest in it.
And let me pick up on that and bring in the veteran Desmond Richards. Desmond, the technology, the social media platforms, everything is instantaneous. Yeah, it is flashed across Jamaica and, dare I say, the diaspora community. And therefore, when politicians make mistakes, blunders, or do something effective on the stage, it is amplified. How much is that impacting, the whole campaign?
Well, I have not measured it. I must say that this is not the most intensely fought election that I have seen. I have seen elections that were more intensely fought than now. What has happened is with social media, then it has opened up. Everything is available now for you to see and hear. That is why it might look as if it is the most intensely fought. As you said, that I think one of the things that I anticipate in this election, I expect that the voter turnout is going to be larger than 2016 and 2020. I expect that. And this is from both sides, because I expect that the Labour Party supporters are going to come out in their droves, and similarly the PNP side. But, Cliff and the panelists, my concern is different, What is at stake here? What is the impact? What is going to happen to the lives of the ordinary Jamaican woman and man? You see, the politicians are out there campaigning. And, for example, there are some fundamental issues which I don't hear from none of them. What about land reform that will make land available to black people? As we speak, there are hundreds, thousands of ordinary voters, PNP and JLP, who don't have access to water. Their road conditions are terrible. Some have to be, I know that many Jamaicans, if they have to go to an hospital, they will have to travel as far, sometimes 20, 30 miles. The fundamental issues affecting the lives of the people, PNP and JLP, black people, they are not being addressed. And so the stakes are high. The stakes are high for the politician, because I know that the Prime Minister wants to return to power. And the JLP, they want to return to power, because power is nice, And I know that the PNP leaders and their people want to access the power. So yes, a lot is at stake for the political actors. The ordinary voter, PNP and JLP, I am wondering what is going to happen to them after elections.
Okay. All right. Ronald Dino, how you see it in terms of the moment and the stakes?
I think the stakes are high, not just nationally, but also globally. I think the figure is that since 2020, 40 of 54 incumbent governments in Western democracies have been ousted, largely due to
40 of
54 incumbent governments in Western democracies have been ousted.
Just under 80%.
Right. Largely on account of the after effects of COVID-19, inflation big among them, and we know that the cost of living crisis has factored a lot into voter sentiment, even in Jamaica. So if the Prime Minister of Jamaica, young country, but still one of the longest running constitutional democracy in the world. If the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Holness, can win this third term, he'll be bucking not just a national trend there, but a global trend of anti-incumbency sentiment across the world. And it will be a significant statement, I think. I mean, we've seen larger governments than Jamaica fall in the United States, in South Africa, in South
UK.
Korea, in Japan, in the UK. We almost saw it in Canada, and the only reason we didn't was because, well, in fact, the incumbent resigned.
Yes,
and a new
because
prime
he saw the
minister
writing
came
on the
in
wall.
Because he saw the writing on the wall, and then Trump's interference with Canada swung that election. So it will have been a big deal if the Prime Minister of Jamaica can manage to buck that global trend that's lasted for this long period of time, a political long COVID, if you will. But in terms of the moment here, I think that the stakes are also high. To touch on the point about voter issues, the Prime Minister, as I've been seeing in lots of his public utterances, is seeming to sort of be balancing what he has to be a long vision for the future, for the next decade of the country, with concerns for people that are more immediate to them. So to win an election, you have to appeal to people right now. But of course, he has a grand vision for the future of the country that he wants realized, and will be banking on them agreeing with him that he's achieved a lot over the past 9 years so far. But it's going to have to take a lot of appealing to, like my co-panelist is saying, lots of the issues that affect people directly and affect them right now.
Well, we are inside Nationwide's coverage of the Race to 32 and the expectation from halfway through now that the Prime Minister in possibly another hour or two will announce a date for the general elections. Let's go to our first break.
This is the Race to 32, the battle for Jamaica House and the issues that matter. Your voice, your vote.
This is a Nationwide election nugget. Carl Samuda holds a unique place in Jamaica's parliamentary history as the only member of parliament known to have switched parties twice and still retained his seat in a subsequent election. Samuda first won the North Central St. Andrews seat under the JLP in 1989, beating the PNP's Shirley Ann Eaton. In the 1993 general election, after switching to the PNP, Samuda defended his seat against challenger Tom Tavares Finson. He served under the PNP until 1995 before switching back to the JLP. In the 1997 general election, Samuda again won North Central St. Andrew as a JLP candidate, beating the PNP's Sonia Rickards. The now 45-year veteran MP has signaled his intention not to contest the next general elections. That was a Nationwide election nugget.
This is a public service announcement. The public is being advised that the Bog Walk Gorge will be closed to vehicular traffic in order to facilitate the use of heavy equipment as JPS continues repair and electricity restoration work following damage caused by the derailed train on Saturday, August 9. The gorge will be closed until 7 p.m. this evening, August 10. JPS thanks customers for their patience and understanding.
This is the Race to 32, the battle for Jamaica House and the issues that matter. Your voice, your vote.
In the Race to 32, facts matter. Did you know that the 1980 general election was the first election supervised by the Electoral Advisory Committee EAC? Yes, that's a fact. The EAC, which is now the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, was established under the Representation of the People Act in 1979. The establishment of this body was part of the significant reform to the country's electoral machinery, which also included amendments of various provisions of the Representation of the People Act itself. This nationwide Did You Know fact is part of our coverage for the Race to 32 as we preview the next general election.
Welcome to Nationwide 90 FM's coverage of Announcement Day, we can call it, not Decision Day. Decision Day will come later. Today is Announcement Day, and we are here perched on what I call the balcony, the ledge even, at the Halfway Tree Transport Center for the big announcement by the Prime Minister, the main speaker at a slate that has some big names on it. But of course, the Prime Minister Primus inter pares, and his speech will be the one that all of those gathered here have come to see. I'm with now Senator Marlon Morgan. He is a senior member of the JLP's Communications Task Force, has done a lot of heavy lifting up to this point, and we are talking now about the big conference, the public conference of the JLP and its supporters, and the expected announcement today. Senator Morgan, good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, George. Let me say good afternoon to your listeners and indeed the team back in studio at Bradley Avenue.
What does today mean for the JLP?
Today is a critical juncture for us. The machinery and of course our organization, George, and listeners, were being primed leading up to this point. What you are seeing here this afternoon is just an indication as to the degree to which the Labour Party would have ticked the boxes to be able to mobilize its support. We would have encouraged our workers over the past few weeks in terms of respective award ceremonies to ensure that they are particularly upbeat and affirmed coming into these 90th general elections. A lot is riding on, of course, the polls that are to come. You get a sense that careers, George, may be made or broken in the next few weeks. We intend to be on the winning side, and I'm here to share more with you throughout the course of this evening in respect of those matters.
Well, Senator Morgan, I want to just move away a little bit from what we're in the midst of to ask you, what did the Prime Minister say to all of you when you gathered at Belmont Road on Saturday, not so long ago, less than 24 hours ago?
Indeed.
And he gave a charge. Tell my listeners and my viewers all over the world what Andrew Holness said to those going to the wicket to bat for JLP come election day.
Well, the Prime Minister telegraphed and conveyed in no uncertain terms that there is no room for complacency. These elections are being contested. We are to ensure that we are organized and prepared. The Prime Minister reminded us as to the work that has been done and the support that has been provided from the Secretariat in terms of paraphernalia and resourcing to ensure that our 63 candidates designate up to this point are appropriately outfitted with resources and so on to be able to impress upon their constituents, make a case, press flesh, and of course get them out to the polls ultimately on election day. Just to be very clear, the Prime Minister made the point that our platform is to distinguish itself, George, in relation to humility, remaining dignified, remaining on point, and just being strategic. We are not about arrogance. We're seeing some of that from other parts, and we're seeing that from other platforms, but that was the gist of his charge last evening. Obviously, I can't take too many tales out of school, but the Prime Minister was particularly upbeat and buoyed, and he underscored the point that he has gone to great lengths, because he's not in any hit or miss business. He has gone to great lengths to ensure that the nuts and bolts are in place, the boxes are checked, the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, because we intend to be returned for a third successive term of office when these elections are held.
For those people, Senator Morgan, who are still unsure about what to do come election day, you're in the crucible, you're inside. What's your message to them on this day?
Jamaica is at an interesting juncture in its development. We are poised for takeoff. We're poised for continued advancement and development. You have seen over the past 9.5 years the stewardship of this government. We do not profess, George and listeners, to have been a perfect government. There are some things that we could have done differently. We will readily concede that. But just to be very clear, in all the areas, the critical areas of national life and national development, we have distinguished ourselves, I believe. We have acquitted ourselves well. When you look at the stewardship and management of the country's economic affairs and the when so many things are determined. When you think about the delivery of water systems, I would have heard Desmond making the point that the serious question right now is what is in store for ordinary Jamaicans consequent on these elections. And I would just like to borrow the term from Bill Clinton of a few years ago. It's the economy. Yes, the truth of the matter is that our policies, our program of work is fit for purpose. Our policies are coherent and cogent, they are credible, and I dare say we are not seeing that from the alternative. And as such, the short message to the people of Jamaica: trust Andrew Holness and the government he leads with a third successive term of office. We are the safe bet, we are the better bet. You would have seen us over the past 9.5 years, 8 consecutive years of no new taxes, and as I said before, a number of the intractable issues in Jamaica, not least what is happening with respect to crime management, have been and are being addressed by this incumbent government.
All right, we're in the exchange zone now, Senator Morgan. We're going to hand the baton back to Cliff in studio. But just before you go, the last one for you is this. At this stage of the campaign, when the official campaign will start from today's announcement forward to the election, what difference will the tell its various publics? What difference will it tell labor rights, comrades, those in between, those uncertain? What's left to be heard, given that we're at the point of almost message saturation, Senator Morgan?
Well, you're quite right, because there's been a lot of anticipation and a lot of engagement leading up to today being quote-unquote announcement day. In terms of what's different is that the public will be hearing in the days and weeks ahead in more clear terms and in more granular terms what a third term of a JLP administration will be like, what some of the policies that we're going to be coming with to continue to accelerate growth, to remove bureaucratic red tape in particular, because the procurement process and government spending can be seen and ought to be seen as catalysts for economic activity and increase government tax revenue to do more for the people in terms of delivering on critical public services.
The PNP launches...
And of course our manifesto is coming up.
The PNP launches its manifesto on Tuesday evening.
Yeah.
Will you sit here beside me and tell me that you have out-messaged the PNP up to this point? Would you say that?
I'm of that view. I am indeed of that view, and the public, when you consider what transpired in the budget debate, and of course when you juxtapose the two campaigns so far, what you're seeing, George and listeners, are a number of big proposals. You're seeing a proposal to extend school day by 2 hours. You're seeing a proposal to build houses in swamp. You're seeing a proposal to ensure that bodies are buried and interred in Westmoreland as opposed to Another Bay. So a number of things that give you the clear sense that our opponents, the PNP, are just winging it. They're making it up on the fly. They have been in opposition for 9.5 years on aggregate now, and they have still not hammered out or articulated a cogent and compelling program of work. And when you juxtapose and compare that to what we are doing, you see that it's a clear case of chalk to cheese, in my view.
Thank you very much, Senator Morgan. All the best to you. Cliff, back to you.
Thank you, George. Well, we're back with our studio panel here. Dr. Nadine Spence, Desmond Richards, and of course Ronald Dino McLean. On that question of messaging, I want to hear you on it, because it's a factor in this election. Yes, yeah. The JLP has obviously, it couldn't really do anything, having been in office for 9 to almost 10 years. It has to run on its track record. Yes, and I've maintained in my commentaries, my assessment, that this incumbent government has one of the strongest track records to run on. Yeah, right. Unlike several previous governments in Jamaica. Yeah, they have had the economic benefits and wherewithal to find billions of dollars to pump into, for example, the security architecture, to the point where murders, crimes are down by more than 40%.
Right.
Yes? Unemployment down to 3%, the lowest since slavery was abolished. Yeah? Question, is that going to get through or not?
I don't know. I think it's getting through. I think, Cliff, I remember on several programs here on Nationwide when we were lamenting just how the JLP was not putting out its wins, its accomplishments, and it was suffering badly in public opinions, and we heard it and we saw it being, in the print media. We heard it in the news. We heard it on social media. The JLP just couldn't seem to put forward a consistent, cogent, convincing message. And we talked about it. And then we saw them change things with the new Minister of Information, with the same Marlon Morgan who was on, and Abka Fitz-Henley taking over the communication arm of the party. And we saw them responding to everything. We saw them active on social media. I remember seeing Daryl Vaz taking on people, Juliet Cuthbert, a number of them coming forward to deal with issues as they emerged in the press or in social media. And I think it served them well. I think it served them well too, because I think they had a perspective before, which said that they should leave those things, their government, they don't have the time to deal with all that was emerging in the press and social media, and it really hurt them there for a long time, and their popularity dipped significantly in the polls as a result of
February
it.
Last year they lost.
And I think after the local government elections, they recognized that they either needed to confront the realities that were emerging, or they were going to suffer further loss. And I think they did a good job of it. I think particularly the Minister of Information and her campaign, her Good News Friday campaigns.
Oh yes,
that was very effective. And I think overall you saw the concerted effort from the party.
Well, let me ask Desmond Richards. Desmond, how do you rate their messaging so far as an incumbent government?
Well, my answer to that is I will have to wait until an election day to give you an accurate answer.
Or the people will?
Yes, because remember, one of the things we must remember, the vast majority of voters in Jamaica are from the working class. Right? Both PNP and JLP. Now, the message that we are talking about, how is that message reaching those people? What is the impact it is having on the lives of those people? The people who are facing high cost of living, the people who are facing all the economic ills, the people who are having all these social problems, the message that the government is sending, is it reaching those people? Well, I am in no position at this evening to tell you yes or no. I know what I can say is that I have observed, and I have to say this, I am, what the JLP is doing right now, is not new to me, not new to me, not new. I have seen what I do know, that governments in Jamaica, they have, especially when it comes on to election time, they have gone overboard to send out their message in different packages. You can see one of the things that voters will observe. I don't know how many of them are observing this. Do you see the amount of work that is going on now? Do you see the amount of road works, all the works that is going on now? No. I wonder if I know, as someone who has been around for some while, that this has been the policy this is how governments in Jamaica operate when it comes on to election. They are active.
Yes.
Right? They do everything to convince the voters. Roads I have seen in Jamaica when during election time where roads are dug up to lay and pipes are laid, and then after election those pipes are.
But Desmond, yes, that is a fact. Yes, and that is how it is in parliamentary democracies.
You mean parliamentary democracies worldwide?
Yes.
That's what they do.
But governments prime their electorates. Government time certain feel-good projects, closer to the elections. But what I don't hear you concede at all, that this Holness administration take crime, which was always a huge issue in election campaigns, that is now gone. It has receded. Is that a fact or not?
I told you this last week when we were on the air.
But is it a fact or not?
What do you mean if it's a fact?
Yeah, that crime has receded as a beating stick for the incumbent government.
This year, let me repeat what I said. The facts are that if we continue, if the police, and I'm not going to say the police, if it continues on this path, the murder rate in Jamaica will fall below 1,000 and this will be the first time in 24 years.
Possibly
That will happening. No, so we can't hide that. Crime is down. We can't hide that.
And that is a singular achievement for the Holness administration that the predecessors cannot claim, could not claim.
The point where you are overlooking, and a lot of people who are analyzing this crime thing. Listen, it has not reached, the impact of crime has not reached down to the people as yet,
What?
Yes, I'm telling you that.
What do you mean by that?
Let me tell you why.
There are fewer people being murdered. Fewer people being killed. Fewer people being raped. Fewer people being robbed.
People are being murdered.
Yes.
Brutally.
Yes.
Right
yes.
now. So what I'm saying, the fear of crime is still high in Jamaica. Right? It is going to take some time and further reduction. And also, sir, I don't hear you talk about police killings. I don't hear you talk about.
We report it every day. We speak about it every day. The issues with body-worn cameras, the lack of body-worn cameras.
One of the things.
Yes.
You like myself. You're around long enough.
Yes.
You know that under the JLP regime in Jamaica is where we have seen most police killings.
And you have to go further.
You know that?
If the intelligence as it is today, much better than it was in previous decades, where the police are now confronting criminals, hardened killers, yes, and they, in those confrontations, lose, then I don't have no problem with that.
Cliff, I think that most Jamaicans will agree with you. If you take up arms against the security forces, you are at risk.
Yes.
I am not telling the security forces to preach beatitudes to gunmen.
All right, hold it there for me, Desmond. I want us to go to that shot coming in from Halfway Tree just a while ago. That crowd around in Halfway Tree is now massive. Well, yes. We lost the video for a moment, but I have to bring back Ronaldinho in on this.
Yes.
I want to hear you on the exchanges between Desmond and myself.
I think this is good. I think it does no one any favors to not just flatly concede that Jamaica has been making massive inroads on crime, and that the administration of Dr. Andrew Holness deserves credit for that. I think even on the point about police brutality, it should also be noted that INDECOM, the Independent Commissioner of Investigations, was formed by law under a JLP administration, under the administration of Bruce Golding. But I think more broadly, the question of messaging, the debate about messaging is very interesting, because you would expect that a government of 9 years would campaign on its record of achievement. And I've long maintained personally that in any sane world, such a massive reduction in crime, a slashing in half of poverty, such a low unemployment rate, among other tremendous figures that this administration has to show, I've maintained that in any sane world, this would not be a close election. But the counter messaging of people just not feel it, particularly on the macroeconomic indicators, has taken weight among, has moved lots of Jamaicans, I think, has galvanized, at the very least, the base of the People's National Party. And I think there needs to be a stronger response to that specific line of people just not feel it on at least the economic issues. I think what we need to see more of is an explanation of how some of these macroeconomic wins have actually translated into benefits, real life, real world benefits for households in Jamaica. And for the Prime Minister's case that, you need lots of space to then give people some of the goods to give people the development that people want to see over the next decade, we probably need more specifics about what that will look like for people that resonate with people, such that they can see it in their hands.
That's
they can
an
see it in their
excellent point,
households.
Ronaldino.
Yeah.
And we were on the issue of crime.
Yes.
Crime is an example of the dividends from the economic performance.
Absolutely.
It is not that the previous governments didn't want to bring down murders, but they didn't have the resources to pump billions of dollars into the security
architecture. And the Prime
architecture.
Minister made that point about the macroeconomics and how that then trickles down when he says, when he made a point about macroeconomics can eat, when he said when we're able to buy these resources from for the police, when we're able to hire more police, when we're able to do several things he spoke to, then we will see the impact of this on crime. So I remember the quote, macroeconomics can yam.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think he has in his drive-through, in his tour of Jamaica, that's what he has got, itemizing the benefits of the macroeconomic.
Just to quickly say, I agree with you, and the point I'm making is, in any sane world, I think just that issue of crime would win the JLP this election. But I'm saying, I think more specific economic concerns have taken weight for people more so than this crime issue usually would. And even though it's not a beating stick that the PNP has in their corner for this election cycle, I just don't see as much focus as in general, whether good, whether definitely not negative, but certainly not as positively enough as the JLP would want to have it. So I'm saying on the economic issues, on the issues of affordability that Mr. Richards brings up, for example, I want to see more specific and direct explanations, because I do think they exist and I do think they can be made, for how those macroeconomic wins will turn into benefits for
this
the
question
people of Jamaica.
about this question about the economic growth, when people say them not feel it.
Right.
So hold on. Are we dismissing that talk from the streets, the people not feeling it? One of the things that we must point out,
we're not.
One of the things we must point out, that this country, Jamaica, has had economic growth in the past. This is not the first time that we are experiencing economic growth in Jamaica, right? The fact of the matter is that, and this is something that commentators shy away from. They don't want to talk about this thing. The economic growth in Jamaica has not filtered down to the people.
Poverty has been cut in half. What do you think about that? Poverty has been cut in half in the recent poverty numbers.
That's what Statin says.
And Desmond, you don't
and
accept that?
It's the same Statin that has been doing this over time, though.
You don't accept that, Desmond?
Hold a second. Poverty has been cut in half.
Yes.
And
From 16% to
unemployment
8%.
is at 3%. If you have to, when we talk about that as well, Desmond, the impact of the macroeconomic stability, there is no time in our history that we've been able to say unemployment is at 3%. That is the impact of a stable macroeconomic framework. And the country, I remember sitting on the Partnership of Jamaica when we were talking about getting unemployment below 10%, especially for young people.
This data what we are
chaired by Portia Simpson Miller when we were looking for under 10% as a big win.
Benefiting from it.
But they're the ones that are unemployed. They're the ones that are not currently
cost
employed.
of living. But listen,
it depends on the angle you're looking from. No, man, it depends on the angle you're looking from. If you're looking at it from a PNP perspective, then that's how you're gonna see it. But outside of the
that's a PNP narrative.
Outside of the PNP narrative.
That's a PNP narrative.
That's a PNP narrative. I'm telling you. Outside of the PNP narrative. Yes, it's a PNP narrative.
I am saying. All right. Okay.
Desmond,
so if we step away from the PNP,
Beryl struck us. You will remember Beryl struck us in July.
Jamaica right now is not happy with the government.
I don't know about that.
I don't know that either.
I don't know about that. Beryl struck us in July last year.
Yes.
Yeah? And Jamaica didn't have to borrow a dime to respond.
Yes.
When was that possible before? You long know enough.
Listen, hold on.
June 1979, all of them, Gilbert, prime ministers have to jump on a plane with a begging bowl.
Hold on. Listen.
That restored Jamaican lives, ordinary Jamaican people in St. Elizabeth and Manchester. Desmond, get real.
So, you mean get real?
Yes.
The people in Jamaica. Well, all right. The people in Jamaica.
You're making the point.
They are going to respond. They are going to respond to all of that when the elections are called.
So you're making the point that we shouldn't deny people's concerns, people's genuine concerns.
Because people have genuine concerns
and I agree with that.
We're not dismissing people.
I would suggest that you also shouldn't deny the empirics, the metrics. I think you shouldn't deny the facts.
And also that some of these come from people. It's not like free.
Hold on.
It's not
I am not saying that Statin didn't say that,
but I think you're suggesting that it's not true, that it's made up numbers, that it's cooked, and that it's not reflective of truth.
Let me repeat what I'm saying. The fundamental point I'm saying that the lives of ordinary Jamaicans, both PNP and JLP, they are not feeling, they are not experiencing this growth that you are talking about.
And the fact that poverty in this country for the poorest has been halved cannot be denied. Those are the people who benefit from that.
Those are the same people who deceivably.
They will not become millionaires in 5 years.
I am not talking about making them millionaires.
Okay.
I'm talking about right where we are here, not far from where we are here. There are 6 and 7 people sleeping in one room, not far from where we are, right here now. In Kingston.
But those realities, the social issues, the economic issues that plague Jamaica are issues that are going to be solved over a long term. It would not have been solved in 9 years. And because we say that a government is successful, it doesn't mean that the government has to eliminate all social issues, eliminate all murder, eliminate everything. It wouldn't be fair to hold the government to those standards.
Yes.
In
the life
10 years.
In 10 years.
Let me tell you something.
We never held
one government had a run of almost 19 years and didn't solve it.
We never held any other government to those standards.
Talk about yourself. Don't talk about me.
I can't talk about myself.
Talk about yourself.
In respect of what, though?
No, let me just point out something to you.
But we mustn't make it personal, Desmond. Remember, so we're talking about politics and we're looking through some lens.
There are 2 parties that have run Jamaica since 1944. The Hills of Jamaica, the responsibility for the Hills of Jamaica is for the PNP and the JLP.
So that doesn't, because we're having this conversation, doesn't mean that we're excusing the responsibilities of the Hills from either party. Just mean in this particular scenario, we're having a conversation about the PNP
I'm going to draw
JLP
pause on this
as
now.
the incumbent.
Maybe in Desmond, we have to go to the break and come back. Very spirited discussion.
This is the Race to 32, the battle for Jamaica House and the issues that matter. Your voice, your vote.
This is a nationwide election nugget. Peter Bunting is tempting history in the upcoming general election. He's aiming to become the first person in Jamaica to win a seat in the House of Representatives in 3 different constituencies. Bunting's tenure as an MP began in 1993 when he unseated former Prime Minister Hugh Shearer to clinch Southeast Clarendon. He left representational politics for a spell, but returned in 2007 to win the Central Manchester seat for the PNP. Now Bunting is gearing up for a shot at political immortality when he enters the race for the South Manchester seat. If successful, he will become the first Jamaican politician to be elected as MP in 3 different constituencies. That was a nationwide election nugget.
This is a public service announcement. The public is being advised that the Bog Walk Gorge will be closed to vehicular traffic in order to facilitate the use of heavy equipment as JPS continues repair and electricity restoration work following damage caused by the derailed train on Saturday, August 9. The gorge will be closed until 7 p.m. this evening, August 10. JPS thanks customers for their patience and understanding.
This is the Race to 32, the battle for Jamaica House and the issues that matter. Your voice, your vote.
Did you know there are only 4 months in the year in which there has never been a general election? Yes, that's a fact. There has never been a general election in the months of May, June, August, and November. This nationwide Did You Know fact is part of our coverage of the Race to 32 as we preview the next general election.
5 minutes going up to 6 o'clock. You're listening to Nationwide 90 FM, streaming live on Nationwide 90 FM on our YouTube channel. And we're giving you coverage, a Race to 32. The Labourites have gathered in their thousands in Halfway Tree, St. Andrew, for the Prime Minister's announcement of the next general election date. George Davis and the team are in Halfway Tree. Good evening, George.
Good afternoon again, Cliff. Thank you very much. And I'm here with the man at the helm of Generation 2000, the young professional affiliate of the Jamaica Labour Party. Some people mistakenly say it's the youth arm of the JLP. That's not the youth arm. The youth arm is actually Young Jamaica. G2K is the young professional affiliate of the JLP, and their president, Shane Kerr, is here with me. Shane, it's good to be here with you for this broadcast. Are you feeling good about the party that your party has put on so far today?
Good is an understatement, George. When you look at the crowd here, when you look at the young people among the crowd here, you're encouraged. You're realizing that Jamaicans, especially our youth, are seeing the vision and are accepting the vision that Andrew Michael Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party has been preaching, has been messaging as we go through these constituencies.
I hear, Shane, from time to time, and it's a conversation usually prompted by myself inside the nationwide election meeting, that political parties over successive cycles, the ones that form government, often don't do much for professionals. Yeah, it's always for the poor, the poor, the poor. It's always a race to see those who are most destitute, who need help, of course, but it's always them that governments cater to, and governments seem as if it's their raison d'etre to only help those. Those who are professionals are ignored. What can you say has been done for professionals by this whole administration since 2016?
Let's start with the big one, 1.5. where we lifted the tax threshold, where the PNP said it couldn't work. Now we have increased it. Now, majority of professionals, young professionals, have benefited from that. Let's go to our police, our teachers. Let's go to our nurses. Let's start with the infrastructural improvement in some of the health centers, in some of the police stations. So first and foremost, their working environment have been bettered. And when you look at the raising their salaries in their emoluments, we have done a lot better for young professionals. And this is why I'm encouraged, because going around the island, I see an increase in numbers where young professionals want to join a group like G2K. They want to be a part of this because they have seen what this government has been doing for young people, especially young professionals.
All right, so that means then going around the island as you've had to be doing to shore up the Labour Party support. You've been interacting directly with those young people. Are they reflecting the benefit? Well, are they feeling the benefits? Things we've had a rousing discussion in the studio about feeling the effects of positive change. Have the young people you've spoken to felt the impact that this Holness administration would tell us that they've brought to bear on this group of Jamaicans, professionals?
Our young professionals have been feeling it. Clearly, there's much more to be done, because while we have touched a wide range of young professionals, there's always room for improvement. And our young professionals, what we have been doing as G2K, when we go around these constituencies and talking with some of these young professionals, what we do is make the link with what the government is doing and how it has improved their day-to-day life. That has been a gap on one of the problems we have, where young professionals, and even the man on the street, fail to make the connection with how their day-to-day life is affected and what the government has put in place. And that's one of the tasks G2K is going around in these constituencies, explaining and showing these persons what the link is.
Well, let me just tackle you on one major thing before you go, Shane.
Yeah.
The issue of housing. What has the Holness administration done for young professionals where housing is concerned? Because some people tell you that, look, do this and do that. The best thing you can do for me is to put me in a position own a piece of the rock for myself. Would you say that Andrew Holness and the JLP have right by young professionals where home ownership is concerned?
Let's look at since 2016 to now, and how much young professionals they are able to access through NHD. It has more than. And look at now, we have put in place where if two persons cannot afford it, or three can join together to own a home. So we have made the environment to facilitate owning the home even better. So young professionals, in terms of accessing their own or earning a piece of the rock, as you have said, it is much easier now.
This third term, the Holness administration has asked that the Prime Minister says is necessary to complete the work, Shane. Do you think it is at risk from an opposition PNP that is as energized as I've seen them in my lifetime?
So, what I have seen, George, is that there's no doubt the governance of this country has been good since 2016. But it is a risk. And my profession is doing risk assessment.
Yes.
So let me say, it is a risk because there are some of us which will appreciate good governance and the benefits being faced by Jamaicans. But there's others that start acting and saying irrational stuff when they see good governance, because they are not in a position to do it. They are not the ones doing it. And if you look at some of the things that have been implemented, and our Prime Minister has said it, some of the ideas they came from a previous administration, but the will to implement was not there. This government, this administration have managed to do it. And so Jamaica on a whole have benefit. But those who are desperate and eager for power, even though Jamaicans are benefit from it, they are being a risk to us because they are just craving power.
Well, as we hear the yang, Cliff, I hope that you and the listeners and viewers can hear me. Several motorcycles have driven into the Halfway Tree Transport Center near our broadcast point, carrying multiple Labourites on them, and so they're presenting a challenge. The last thing I'll ask you, Shane, before we go, is this. Your Prime Minister, well, your party leader, our Prime Minister, Andrew Michael Holness, the man he is, the things that have been said about his personal affairs, his finances, do you think that there's damage there sufficient for you to wonder if young nationals will support him when the polls are announced?
In fact, one of the things that we have been doing while going around the island is to speak it as it is to professionals. Andrew Michael Holness' financial trajectory is an example of what young professionals should aim for. He has come from poor background and he has worked his way up. In fact, I said to a professor that maybe we should implement his lifestyle teaching personal investments, because how he has managed to stay focused and what he has been able to achieve, trust me, it is an example for young professionals like myself to follow.
Hear you on that. Yeah. Shane Kerr, he's the president of Generation 2000, G2K. Cliff, I send it back to you.
Thank you so much, George. And the spirited discussion continues in the studio with Ronald, Dino, Desmond, and Nadine, because we are debating the messaging and whether or not the gains, the wins, I think you call it, Nadine, of the Holness administration, whether they are filtering through. Yeah, and we're having a discussion continuing in the studio. I was pointing out to my good friend Desmond, Heart, for the first time. Yeah, you can go to Heart to get skill certification, and you don't have to pay a dime. The government pay your lunch money, give you lunch money. Yeah, that is poor people up at St. Andrew picking the Heart.
But can I tell you, Cliff, that I have heard of young professionals who are also going to Heart, go do things like makeup, to augment cosmetology, to augment their income because they don't have to pay. Yes. Or they're going to learn to bake because they had always wanted to start a baking company or something else, and Heart is giving them the opportunity now to tap into that skill and to start a second income. I'm seeing that. So, more and more people are thinking of about other ways that they can augment their income because of these opportunities.
Again, though, on the messaging, lots of people don't know this. I've talked to people my age who are not doing anything, who just don't know that they can go to Heart and get skilled.
Then why they're not listening to the message?
Well, I guess they're not as connected to the politics, they're not as tapped into the politics, and it doesn't reach them at a popular level.
Right. And a lot of them actually don't believe it because they're here. Cliff, I heard you talking to a young lady one day and you were sending her over to Heart because she was saying to you that things were hard, you needed so and you said to her, don't you know that the Heart next door offers the opportunity
where she lives?
And she didn't know. And so you have to say to yourself, given that there are opportunities, and I'm not going to say so many, but there are opportunities around, particularly as you're talking about Heart. Why are people not tapped into? And it's important to talk because talking about the message. Are people getting the message? That was the question.
People are talking about the message, so I would imagine that the effort by the government to send out and transmit its message is getting through to the people.
It's not so much the message, it's also the strategy. So what we were asking if the message is successful. So we're saying the strategies are there, but are people tapping into the strategies?
These young people.
Is the messaging successful?
I don't know, Cliff, you might know. The numbers at Heart, have they gone up?
Yes, they have.
Attendance?
Yeah, since the initiative of the government last financial year.
Why I have to ask you, is that I work in an area where
there's still space for more.
I work in an area where there's an art institution.
Yes.
And I interact with that organization. I have not interacted with them recently, but I know one of the complaints I got was the low attendance. People they were telling that people in Rockford not coming to take up the opportunities here.
Yes.
Right? And I don't know the reason why, but the fact of the matter is that you see young people. You have to communicate with young people differently,
Yeah.
Agreed.
For example, I would like to know how many of these young people that we see on the screen there now, how many of them are registered to vote?
That's another question. Let's go to the platform now, where the Minister of Labour and Social Security, the Member of Parliament for South East Clarendon, Pernell Charles Jr., is addressing the crowd. And it's beginning to rain there again.
Party, we were able to put Miss Ivy on social pension so she can pay her little light bill. We're able to give Miss Ivy through NHF her little medication. And Miss Ivy called me this morning. She said, when you go down to halfway tree, say them, call it Andrew, call it. Call it Andrew, call it. Call it Andrew, call it. I said, Miss Ivy, where you get the energy from? She said, let me tell you something. For the first time in a long time, young Charles, I feel like there's a government and a leader who respect me. And it's not just Miss Ivy. Under the Jamaica Labour Party, we have done social pension. For those who have pension, we have increased it by almost 76% for the lowest rate. And this year, we added on another 10% on the increase, which means double the support for our senior citizens. Let me tell you, on top of pension, We make sure that our seniors are connected to technology. So we give the senior citizens digital technology program so they can understand how to use the devices. We want our senior citizens to know that we have plans for you in the next term to make sure that it's not just retirement, but you understand that your later years in life must be purposeful, and it's a new chapter in life. The Jamaica Labour Party does more for our senior citizens in this country. Under the JLP, this is the party that has looked on our workers, our low-income workers, our security guards, who under PNP were suffering, disrespected. Under the Jamaica Labour Party, we have given a 158% increase in the minimum wage from 2016. It is the Jamaica Labour Party that has made sure that our workers not only have increase in minimum wage, but there are more workers in Jamaica now than ever before, with the historic low in unemployment of 3.3%. There are more young people working in Jamaica than ever before. Youth unemployment has fallen more than double. Let me tell you, the Jamaica Labour Party is the party doing more for our workers in Jamaica. When you talk about the disability community, I hear Mark Golding and others talking about what they would do. When you listen to all of what they say they want to do, it is what we have already done or what they see that we plan to do. The PNP had time to do it. When it was your time, you never do it. Left the Jamaica Labour Party alone. This is the party that has done more for the disabled community. We have allocated more money to make sure that we can give the disabled community respect and dignity. We are the party. When Mark Golding, as a legislator, did not pass the Disabilities Act, we are the party in 2022 that passed the Disabilities Act. We established the Disabilities Tribunal. We launched the Accessibility Checklist. And we have now launched the I Am Able campaign to make sure that persons with disabilities understand that the Jamaica Labour Party values you. And last week, we launched a mobile application, first of its kind in the Caribbean, the I Am Able My JCPD Act, so that all persons with disabilities can have access. The Jamaica Labour Party is the party that is doing more for persons with disabilities in Jamaica. Let me talk about part and poor people. The Jamaica Labour Party is the only party in this country that has dedicated $10 billion to the PATH program. The PNP had the time to do it and they did not do it. Under the Jamaica Labour Party, tertiary students who are PATH beneficiaries have gotten increase in their grants. Under the Jamaica Labour Party, we have increased our allocation and increased our benefits to all PATH beneficiaries. Under the Jamaica Labour Party, through our Prime Minister, we are the ones that are making sure through our review that we put back the people them on PATH who going to take off, and that the right people stay on PATH and the right people come off of PATH. It is the Jamaica Labour Party under this administration that started the back to school grant for the PATH students. And let me tell you something, first time I'm going to announce it. This year we're continuing the back to school grant for the PATH students, and we're increasing the grant for the PATH students then. Let me close off. Brothers and sisters, let me tell you, this is not just statistics. These are stories of hope and resilience. The Jamaica Labour Party is not just a party that does more. We are the party that does more when it matters. When there is a pandemic, which party can you rely on? When there is a hurricane, which party can you rely on? When you have crime problems, which is the only party that is reducing crime? Let me close off, because I see Kerencia following Uncle Desmond in pulling my coat tail. Let me close off by saying this. Every single Jamaican voter must understand the international community is saying that Jamaica is on the right path. The statistics are showing that Jamaica is on the right path. Your responsibility is to make sure that on election day you keep Jamaica on the right path. Vote for the Jamaica Labour Party. Choose Jamaica. Show Labour rights. Show Jamaica. One love. We do so much already, now we do it.
The Minister of Labour and Social Security, Pernell Charles, yes, driving home the message that the Labour Party government of Andrew Holness has delivered for the base of the society, yes, that he's speaking and responding to Desmond Richards.
Well, the government is selling its policies, you know.
Yes.
I expect what is going on at Halfway Tree. I expect nothing less from the government. The government is on its program now to convince voters to poll their ex for them, and therefore they will say that they are prepared to give the voters heaven and earth.
But that's not what he said. He talked about what they did, what they achieved. He wasn't promising heaven on earth.
Hello. Listen, what the minister is saying there is
hold him to account, Ronaldina.
What the minister is saying there, he's just selling his party.
Yeah, but he spoke about some tangible things, as
party,
Ronaldina said.
right?
The passing of the Disability Act, for example, is an important
what he has done.
legislative change that happened to protect people who are disabled, and which has seen organizations across Jamaica being forced to make allowances to accommodate people with disability. That's an accomplishment.
And that is an accomplishment. That is something that is good, and it will have it. I hope that it is having the right impact on the lives of the people.
$10 more billion to the PATH program for the most vulnerable.
Let us see.
University students getting an increase in their PATH grant.
Let's go back to the podium now. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Senator Kamina Johnson, one of the spokespersons for the Jamaica Labour Party campaign committee. Here's Senator Kamina Johnson-Smith.
You look good. You sound good. Labour rights, you must feel good, because as a party we have been doing the work under the leadership of Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, and we have been delivering results to Jamaica from east to west and north to south. My Jamaican family, and I'm talking to everyone tonight, those of you who are here with us and those who are joining us online, those who are listening and watching from overseas, we love you and we thank you for taking time to be with us this afternoon. We're talking to the JLP today, we're talking to the NOP today, and we're talking to the PNP, who have been seeing our good works and know what the Jamaica Labour Party is doing to choose Jamaica. My Jamaica family, the JLP has always been a party of performance over pettiness, promises kept and substance over hype. We are a party of record achievements, and we have been taking this book of 256 achievements to you in street and lane, because we respect you and we want you to have the information you need at this very critical time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to tell you that with all the challenges that we have overcome, the IMF, the IDB, the World Bank, the UN, every agency, every country respects and acknowledges the work that the Jamaica Labour Party government has been doing over the last 9 years. So I want you to tell me where such man is going with this argument about him is coming to rescue Jamaica. It is this Labour Party government that has rescued Jamaica from the destructive policies of the PNP. I want you to tell me, Labour Party, I want you to tell me, Jamaican family, is he going to rescue the 350,000 Jamaicans that have received water in their pipes for the first time thanks to the water boss, Minister Matthew Samuda? Is he going to rescue us from the biggest road maintenance and construction program Jamaica has ever seen under Minister Robert Nesta Morgan under Spark and Reach? Is he going to rescue us from 40% drop in murders under the most effective National Security Minister, Dr. Horace Chang? Is he going to rescue our farmers from record growth and productivity, more RADA, more fertilizer, more irrigation under Barbara Green, Minister Floyd Green? Is such man going to rescue our 550,000 Jamaicans with free certification and free training at heart under Minister Morris Dixon? Is he going to rescue our vulnerable families from the hundreds of new social housing that the Prime Minister is handing out and building from east to west in every parish? Jamaica, we have to send them a message to tell them that we know that the Jamaica Labour Party has been doing the work. But I have 3 more things to ask you, my Jamaica people. Is he going to rescue us from the unprecedented number of land titles that we have issued and the new system that is going to deliver more titles for everybody to own their piece of the rock? Is he going to rescue us from 8 years of no new taxes, less transfer tax, less GCT, less stamp duty, no minimum business tax? Is he going to rescue us with $60 billion of taxes like the last PNP government levied on the backs of the Jamaican people? Is he going to rescue us with another FinSac or with sky-high interest rates that wrecked the economy but made his companies billions of dollars? My Jamaican family, we need to send them a message that this is a different Jamaica than the one they left behind. And this is a different government than they have ever led. I want to tell them, my people, that the PNP is not ready. We need to tell them that they are not ready. They will do and say anything for a forward and your vote. But the times in this world are too challenging for that kind of people to lead this country. Jamaica needs leadership that protects her people from the storms outside, like we have been doing. We need leadership that is serious about you and your family. Responsible leadership that doesn't believe that you have to pull down somebody in order for you to rise. Leadership that knows the weight of the job and that has steady, trusted hands. And my Jamaican family, I want you to understand that when we tell you about the things we have done, it's not to boast. It is so that you have the information to vote on performance. It is to know that you can trust us to do the things that we say we will do for you. Because we know we have not reached everybody yet, but we are committed to getting there. We are committed to more roads and more water. We are committed to helping every child, including those with disabilities, get home and to school safely. we are committing to fixing public transportation so everyone can travel in dignity. And we are committed to continuing to grow our economy with our cultural and creative entertainers, our manufacturers, our coders, our farmers, our fishers, and our young people at the heart. My Jamaica family, we are committed to bringing down the cost of electricity and to keeping Jamaica respected on the world stage so that our partnerships continue to support our national development. So my fellow Jamaicans, listen to me good as I close. We are the first government that could put out a book of 250 achievements. You must be proud that we have done the work. So we must tell people about it. We need you to go in the streets and the lanes and show people what is in the book. And my wider Jamaican family, I need you to go to JamaicaLabourParty.com and choose Jamaica.com and get your digital copy so that you can get the information that you need to make the critical decision when the Prime Minister gives us that date. My Jamaica people, this election is serious and every vote matters. Your vote matters, your neighbor's vote matters, your WhatsApp group vote matters, your church group matters. So we need you to choose Jamaica. When the date is called, put your ex beside the bed. We do so much already, now we do it. We do it.
Senator Kamina Johnson-Smith, her task this evening to reiterate the performance of the government, the achievements. George Davis.
Yes, Cliff. Thank you once again for the link. So I'm here with a man who has journeyed from far to be part of the proceedings today here at in Halfway Tree Square. He's traveled from northwest Manchester, the constituency represented by Michael Phillips. Damien Young is the man who is being sent by the JLP to try to end Michael Phillips' reign in northwest Manchester. And Leon is a supporter of Damien Young. Leon, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right, tell me now, how are things in northwest Manchester? Are the Labourites ready for the mission ahead?
Yes, I do believe that they're ready.
Michael Phillips is a hard target, He's a hard to beat. What makes you confident that this time around it will happen?
Well, based on the ground and what I see happening, I mean, Mr. Young has been very present in the community and he's working a whole lot. He's working overtime, if you ask me. And he's like relentless. And he's helping a lot of us, young people. I'm telling you,
yes.
He's helping a lot of us. So there's no doubt about that. And he's putting in the work, I can tell you that.
Well, even though you're a Labourite, I still am going to ask you to give me an assessment of how Michael Phillips has managed the northwest Manchester.
Well, he has been managing the community so far, but not to the satisfaction of what we expected.
What are the biggest problems in northwest Manchester?
Well, first to begin with, you have to remember water. We need water, and there's a lot of road that needs to be fixed. Most definitely, and of course, infrastructure.
So water, roads, infrastructure.
Yes, most definitely.
So which area would you say he has done the best in, Michael Phillips?
Well, he has sorted out this stretch of road from Marcos.
Yes.
Come all the way down. As a matter of fact, from New Green coming all the way down. So, and it's been working from time to time, but not to the satisfaction of what we're looking for.
So tell me now, as I said, Labourites have tried after this seat already, try to get Michael Phillips out. You say Damien Young has been working overtime, but there must be something else. Do you get the sense that the Labourites are with Damien Young and then the other people who are not die-hard comrades, that they're going to give your guy the support this time?
Well, yes. Yes.
What gives you that confidence?
Because remember, as I told you before, the man is working. And there's a lot of people even coming over on our side now. Because they see the amount of work that's been done.
People switching the Northwest Manchester.
Yeah, man. People coming over, man. People coming over.
Yeah. What time you left this morning to get to Halfway Tree?
I left out somewhere around 1:30.
1:30. But because highway now is a quick drive.
Quick drive, man.
Is that like one time?
Not like one time.
Yeah. All right, so you are confident that Damien Young can get the job done election day?
Yeah, man. Most definitely.
About how many you traveled up from Northwest with you? You came alone or with a group of people?
No, we came. I came in a bus that carried about 12 of us.
About 12 of you?
Yeah, but there's a lot more coming down on other buses.
Yes. So a whole heap of bus come from
a lot of bus coming down. Yeah, a lot of bus came.
What do you think about the turnout?
Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. This is like history. Because I've never seen this before. A lot of people are here.
Yes.
A lot of people are here.
Before you go, what do you think about the Prime Minister?
Boy, this Prime Minister, Michael Andrew Holness, is the best I've ever seen. Trust me. I'm telling you right now, as far as I see, Andrew Holness is the best I've ever seen. He's the boss when it comes to performance.
What about
action? Action. Performance, action. He's not a man who promises you something and don't deliver. You might not get everything at the same time. One time, but it's going to be done and it will be done. Because it's something that he has proven over and over and over. He always deliver. What do
you think about Marky G?
Well, everybody has their part to play, You understand? And Mr. Mark Golding is a respectable man and he has his intentions. You understand? Just like how you have Michael Andrew has his good intention, Marky G have his good intention as well. But we're talking about performance and delivery. I mean, this man, Michael Andrew Holness, has delivered. Whenever he speaks, he delivers. That's what I'm talking about. That's the difference between the two.
Yes. All right. How long have you been a labourer at Leon?
No, I'm telling you, from me born 1980 up until now, I'm a labourer.
Yeah, labourer.
Yes.
You born a labourer at yard?
Most definitely.
Most definitely. Yes, I hear you. All the best to you and safe travel back home.
Yes.
All right, so Leon there, JLP supporter from Northwest Manchester. Said he left his home about 1:30. Says he didn't have to leave early because with the highway, it don't take long to reach a town like one time, yeah? We are here at the Halfway Tree Transport Center, looking at directly across at Jamaica National Bank. We are in the heart of the JLP inferno here as the speaker after speaker delivers messages to the to when the Prime Minister takes the stage and announces the date for nomination day and the date for the general election. I'm going to throw to the break from this point, and when we return, you'll hear Cliff Hughes and the panel in studio continue their sparring over the issues that matter. This is Race to 32 nationwide coverage of the next general election.
This is the Race to 32. The battle for Jamaica House and the issues that matter. Your voice, your vote.
This is a nationwide election nugget.
The 2020 general election was a historic one for many reasons. Held during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, Jamaica recorded its lowest ever voter turnout for a contested general election, with just 37.85% of eligible voters casting their ballots. Only in two constituencies, Southeast St. Mary and Southeast St. Elizabeth, was voter turnout above 50%. The lowest voter turnout across all constituencies was in East Kingston and Port Royal, where only 25.56% of electors voted to give Philip Paulwell another term in office.
That was a nationwide election nugget.
This is a public service announcement. The public is being advised that the Bog Walk Gorge will be closed to vehicular traffic in order to facilitate the use of heavy equipment as JPS continues repair and electricity restoration work following damage caused by the derailed train on Saturday, August 9. The gorge will be closed until 7 p.m. this evening, August 10. JPS thanks customers for their patience and understanding.
This is the Race to 32, the battle for Jamaica House and the issues that matter. Your voice, your vote.
Did you know the most popular month for general elections has been December? Yes, that's a fact. Since the granting of universal adult suffrage, 6 general elections have been staged in the month of December: 1944, 1949, 1976, 1983, 1997, and 2011. The closest is February with 4. Next are September and October with 2 each. This nationwide Did You Know fact is part of our coverage of the Race to 32 as we preview the next general election.
26 minutes going up to 7 o'clock. Halfway tree is a buzz, yes? Drawing close now to the time when the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, will take to the stage and deliver what we've all been waiting for, the announcement of the date of the next general elections. Well, we're going to go back to the podium now, where one of the rising stars of the Jamaica Labour Party, the Minister with responsibility for water, Matthew Samuda, the MP for North East St. Ann, is at the podium.
In this season of choice, stay with us so we can finish the work. Stay with us so we can give you your water. Choose the Jamaica Labour Party. Choose showers of blessing. Choose Jamaica. One love Labour rights. One love Jamaica.
We do so much already, now we do it. We do Jamaica Labour
Very
Party.
quick. Yes, Desmond Richards is in studio with us with Ronaldina McLean and Dr. Nadine Spence. Yes, and they're running through the program now. Samuda was less than a minute up there. We're going to be joined by a man who is now known to our listeners here at Nationwide, Jermaine Barrett. Jermaine Barrett is public commentator, founder and executive director of Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment, JADE Limited. Good evening, Jermaine.
Good evening, Cliff. Good evening to your commentators in studio. Good evening to your listeners and viewers.
Your perspective on what's at stake here this evening after Holness, leading up to Holness, and after he announces a date for the elections. What do you think he will need to establish apart from just telling us the date?
I think he is needing to meet the standard of proving that he has led an administration that has done work, that despite the fact that the pain points exist all across the country, that persons can remain confident in his administration. And it really is a relative sort of assessment and determination that needs to be made. A lot of persons, I understand, are feeling discomfort and disquietude in their personal lives and are sort of minded to vote against the Jamaica Labour Party. He has to convince them that, yes, things are hard, things are difficult in many respects, but look at the trajectory and you will be convinced that the JLP is deserving of a third term. I think that is the communication that we're hearing so far, and he will have to be the most significant salesperson of that message. Another thing he will also have to do is, on the back of that kind of track record, then convince the Jamaican people who are largely disaffectionate and just, sick and tired of politicians who make promises and don't keep their promises. He will now have to convince that the agenda of work, the program of work that he plans to deliver is something, again, in which Jamaicans can be convinced. And then, of course, the third and final thing he'll have to do, he'll have to sort of typecast his opposition, the People's National Party, respond a little bit about some of the kind of characterizations and mischaracterizations that he contends they have been pivoting about the place, and also sort of do a little bit of belittling. You will expect the political theater, you will expect the drama, because again there are thousands of JLP supporters and thousands of Jamaicans listening all over the world who are now tuned in and need some entertainment. So that also is going to be massively important.
Yes. And then the next 3.5-4 weeks, The elections are likely to be on the 3rd of September, we're being told. Nomination day, Friday, coming. The job after today, Jermaine?
Again, amplify the message. You cannot speak enough. You cannot, engage Jamaicans enough within the next several weeks leading up to the general election, because there are still Jamaicans who, unfortunately, are not connected to traditional media the way we are, who are not tuned into the happenings in Halfway Tree, who just today a young person told me that he was completely unaware that this massive event is taking place, and there are thousands of other Jamaicans about the place who will have to be sensitized. The second thing that the JLP will have to do as well is to do even more work to really agitate and activate the party workers. Those, not just the party workers, those persons present in Halfway Tree, they will have to be given marching orders. They will have to become advocates and ambassadors of the Jamaica Labour Party to get into the nooks and crevices of the country to get the JLP's messages into everybody's hearing.
Yeah. And from the PNP, going forward after today, what is it that they must need to do?
I think the PNP will continue to amplify the pain and the angst that many Jamaicans feel. They will tap into the sense that, yes, we are getting these macroeconomic indicators, we're getting crime numbers falling, but hey, every day we hear on the news horrendous crimes being committed still, and try to cause Jamaicans not to fall to the message of the JLP. But importantly as well, incredibly, I'm pleased at the announcement that on Tuesday we will have the manifesto from the People's National Party coming out. Again, the messaging now has to turn aggressively towards explaining to Jamaicans what it is that they plan to do and what it is that what they plan to do, how it is that it differs radically and substantially from what the JLP is offering.
Thank you very much, Jermaine Barrett. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good. Ronaldino, same question for you. The PNP's job after tonight.
Well, I think given that the Jamaica Labour Party is campaigning so strongly on its achievements, the PNP will necessarily have to hammer home this messaging point that we've been hearing in the studio, that it's just not reaching people. I think that's been working for them the most. I think the attacks on the character of Andrew Holness have probably been less effective in my view. I think they'll continue to make them anyways, but I think really centralizing the messaging on people's not feeling what are the purported achievements of the current Labour Party administration, and then making the promise to people that you will then pivot to those kinds of concerns given the macroeconomic space that's been created over the past decade of macroeconomic stability and performance, will have to be the move that the People's National Party makes. But it's 3 weeks, so I'm not sure how much promising they can do.
Desmond?
You know something that Ronaldino made a point about the attacks on the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has not accounted for his wealth. Now, somebody, I think, is in this studio. No, Cliff, let me say it. Cliff made a point which I consider to be significant. No, because of how the country is structured, the kind of limitation placed on black people. Now, for example, if the opposition leader, Mark Golding, if he submitted his numbers to the Integrity Commission showing that he earns 500 million or $1 billion, do you know that in the Jamaican culture, no question will be raised about that? But if once a black man presents any numbers that he has millions, questions are going to be raised. Now, that is part of the culture that we have in Jamaica. Nevertheless, what is at stake here for the Prime Minister? Well, for me, what I am saying is that I know the Prime Minister. I know him from he was a political lad in Mr. Siaga's office. As a matter of fact, let me remind Cliff, when we hosted First Edition is the first show that put him on air. I was the producer, and I told him that he was prime ministerial. He don't remember that. But the thing is that he has...
You're talking about Holness.
I'm talking about Prime Minister Holness.
Mm-hmm.
He has not been a businessman. He has been in politics over 20 years.
Right.
And therefore, his income is from politics.
Right.
Right?
Being a minister of
Being
government.
right. Okay. What he has not done, he has not proven to us the source of his income. That is the question, you know. I don't know if Cliff knows this, but I don't know. He has not provided the Integrity Commission with the information to justify the income. And
he has.
He has?
Yeah.
Well, they have not accepted that.
They have said that he has supplied a very detailed financial journal. Yeah? Dating back to 1997-98 when he appeared in Parliament.
I think it's 1 year that hasn't been certified, 2021.
Yes. But also what is not well known is that while he was in politics, he was an entrepreneur.
Right.
Yeah, he owned several taxis. He owned a taxi service, Sunshine Taxi Service. He made several investments. They're there in the IC Commission's report. Yeah.
So why the IC has not verified?
That's the important
That's a question for the IC. And for me, what is the most riveting point for me? Andrew Holness is the only politician who has had his financial affairs scrutinized by a forensic auditor from overseas. And that process resulted in the examiner saying, there's nothing here.
You have seen the report? You have seen the forensic auditor?
No.
Okay.
No. But if there were anything there, are you under any doubt that he would not have been hauled before the courts and charged already?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't. You see, Cliff, the difference between you and I and some other people. I have to trust the Integrity Commission. You know, I have to trust
I can't trust them anymore. I used to trust them.
I trust them.
Yeah.
It is
I
a young.
cannot trust
It is
them
a
anymore.
young organization.
They allow themselves to be manipulated. Yes. And they have
who?
conducted
Manipulated by who?
politicians.
Which politicians?
PNP politicians.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which PNP politicians have manipulated?
Well, you check those who said quite confidently in 2024 that we will have elections by the end of 2024, because when the IC report come out, Holness will have to resign.
Yeah. I think it's also important.
These are political talks, man. I can't use that to undermine. We need an Integrity Commission.
We do.
Need an Integrity
That I agree with you.
Right?
We do.
Need one.
But you can't
and
have a commission.
The one that we have now, what we must do is to fix it. It is a young organization.
Yes.
It's a young
But
organization.
it has also handled itself badly in the handling of this matter.
No.
It didn't know to step away. When it saw itself being politicized, it didn't take the necessary steps to move away from that politicization. It leaned into it. And so the knock that its reputation is now taking, the leadership of the IC has to take responsibility for that.
I don't have any evidence to show that the PNP has manipulated the Integrity Commission. The problem with many commentators, and Cliff might be falling in that category, is that because the Integrity Commission has taken hold of or has nailed down and is following up the Prime Minister. They are falling into the trap that the Integrity Commission
So Desmond,
is.
How do you explain a commission spending $30 million to engage a forensic auditor and subject the Prime Minister's declarations, everything it has, to that level of scrutiny, and the auditor comes back and says, there's nothing here.
How do you know what the auditor said?
Because I know people who have read it.
Okay.
Lawyers, and also by logical deduction, Desmond, the examiner come back, and said nothing here, and the Integrity Commission themselves have to say, okay, we don't necessarily agree with the finding, so I'm going to ask the FID now to probe further. That's double jeopardy.
No,
is that fair?
So no. What about asking? What is wrong with asking the FID to
because
if
one according to the Integrity Commission Act that governs how it does its investigation, when you have concluded an investigation, it's not lawful to then ask another agency to step in. You should have done that before. You close. Do you know that the Integrity Commission has closed its investigation?
So you are
now, let me ask you. Are you aware? Well, it is in their annual report.
I don't know.
In their annual report.
You are saying that the Integrity Commission then has singled out the Prime Minister.
No, I didn't use the word single. I didn't use the word single out. I did not say that. What I say, and will repeat, how they have handled this matter. What gives me real cause of concern? You employ a forensic auditor, not an ordinary auditor, and him come back and tell you, say, nah, nothing.
I wonder if they
can't close. Well, listen.
I wonder if
that's the end of the story.
I wonder if the Integrity Commission had taken similar or had taken action against Mark Golding that you would have taken.
Similar view. It's a matter of fairness.
You're sure about that?
It's a matter of fairness, Desmond. You can't have whether it's John or Mark or Andrew, subject to that forensic examination, and then you come tell me, oh, we got the report, so we will still send it to FID. That's unfair.
Well,
you think if he had found anything incriminating, Holness would have had to resign by now?
I don't know, because I have not seen the report, and I have not spoken to anyone who have read the report. You have done so, right? So you have more information about the report than me. But all I am saying is that I would like for the Prime Minister to just justify its income.
It's a matter that's before the this is what
justify
I'll say. It's a matter that's
because
before the court.
I know and this is something that I know, that some of the questions that are being raised about his salary are because, as I said, because of the system that we have in Jamaica, and the fact that from the moment a black man can change his pants twice per day.
But which is why we shouldn't lean into that then. Those of us who know better should call out the systemic injustice in that and not lean into it, because we now know if you know better, you do better. We know that there's a double standard that is applied.
That's why I would like the Prime Minister to just come clean.
But obviously he feels that he can if he's taking the matter to court over it, and I think there are hearings scheduled.
But he's suing a commission that
scheduled for October, which will be after the election.
He was one of those who helped to institute.
Some days my member would say, if you're going to lick me, show me where it drop. So he feels unfairly treated by the IC, but you are saying he shouldn't have any recourse to respond to that unfair treatment, even though you have said that the systemic inequities and inequalities in Jamaica is such
are built against
that it would be built against him. You're saying you're asking him to respond, but at the same time you're saying I am not approving of how you respond, and it has been pointed out that he responded in detail.
But he has taken the matter to court.
He responded in detail, and they were still not satisfied with that, and so he has to go to court.
Right.
Yeah, he has taken the matter to court, and therefore I have confidence in our judicial system that it will handle the matter and give justice where justice is due.
Right. Yeah. All right, we have to take a break. Hold it first, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the Race to 32, the battle for Jamaica House and the issues that matter. Your voice, your vote.
This is a public service announcement. The public is being advised that the Bog Walk Gorge will be closed to vehicular traffic in order to facilitate the use of heavy equipment as JPS continues repair and electricity restoration work following damage caused by the derailed train on Saturday, August 9. The gorge will be closed until 7 p.m. this evening, August 10. JPS thanks customers for their patience and understanding.
This is the Race to 32, the battle for Jamaica House and the issues that matter. Your voice, your vote.
In the race to 32, facts matter. Did you know that the constituency of Southwest St. Andrew, which is acknowledged as a PNP stronghold, was once a safe seat for the JLP? Yes, that's a fact. David Clement Tavares, known to his legion of supporters as Clem, dominated the seat for the JLP, winning 3 straight general elections, 1959, 1962, and 1967. Tavares is the uncle of Senate President Tom Tavares Finson. This nationwide Did You Know fact is part of our coverage for the Race to 32 as we preview the next general election.
We're going to go now to Halfway Tree. George Davis, good evening once again.
Evening, Cliff. The shadows are with me now and are with all of us here inside Halfway Tree Square. The Agriculture Minister, MP for Southwest St. Elizabeth, Floyd Green, is commanding the attention of the thousands of Labourites here. Meanwhile, for me, I have a lady with me. She is from West Rural St. Andrew. She goes by the name Camille, and she has been ringing her bell with regularity, with frequency, endorsing points made by the speakers on the stage here. Good evening, Camille.
Good evening, sir.
You're up on Nationwide, you know? Your friends and everybody are hearing from you. How you do?
I am feeling good.
Why are you feeling good?
Because I'm at the biggest event in the world.
The biggest event in the world. How many of these have you seen over time? Big announcements by the political parties in Halfway Tree.
I've been coming from 1997.
Oh, 97. You just come, man. You just come the other day. May you come the same time. Yeah? But how do you feel about this one in terms of the size and just the spectacle itself?
Wow, it is so big. The crowd is so huge. I've never seen the crowd so big before. Wow. Honestly.
And you feel good to be a part of it?
Yes, I'm feeling very good.
Tell me about West Rural St. Andrew now. How it looking?
Good. Great.
How your MP?
She's doing very good.
Great.
She's doing good. I'm talking the truth. Why would I be lying?
From the start till now?
Of course.
What are some of the things that she has done?
Fix road, water, what heap of things. Some of them I don't even remember.
Her challenger is not a novice enough.
Ooh.
Ooh. Miss Joan.
Switchy.
Who you call her?
Switchy.
Yeah. She's talking of Joan Gordon Wembley, who was a part of the Labour Party, a former Labour Party MP.
Yes.
Now looking for a seat on a PNP state.
Don't have a chance.
Why? How come you should have a chance?
You don't have a chance.
What do you mean?
You want to bet me?
I can bet yes?
Yeah.
Off the record. But seriously though, Joan Gordon Wembley is a serious political operative, you know. Legend has it that she helped her husband, Glenmore, win a seat in 1980. She herself has won. No, but so I'm telling you about her history. Her political history is strong. So are you saying she's not that force anymore?
No.
But why you say that? Tell me, give me some more, man.
Because she lose it.
She lose it?
Yeah.
She gone over the hill now?
Yeah.
All right. So
she better come home.
Come home?
Yeah.
So you want to come back into the Labour Party?
Of course. Yeah.
What time you got here to Halfway Tree today?
About after 5.
After 5? Yeah. And was it easy to get into the space?
Yes.
How many of you came?
It was a bus. I don't remember. About 30 something.
Bus full?
Yeah.
All right.
And people were standing.
Yes. So which community are you from in West Rural?
I'm from Golden Spring.
Golden Spring?
Yeah.
How Golden Spring still? No more Labour than PNP?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, what about it? I watch my farm. I looked at him, never said
Anyway, so you are confident that there's going to be a third term for Cuthbert Flynn?
Of course.
And a third term for Holness and the JLP?
Sure.
You're sure?
Of course. Yeah, bet me.
How you feel about, you love bet, how you feel about Marky G?
I don't want to say it on the ear, you know, because me getting in trouble. But him chaka, you know.
He is?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You're sure you want, you're sure the opposition leader chaka?
Yeah, I'm ready.
How you feel about Andrew?
Andrew, ready. Right now.
Andrew is somebody you could say to your daughter, say, boy.
My daughter love Andrew Wellness.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Two of them.
The two of them.
Yeah. I'm a son them too.
And your son them too. All right. Well, Camille, all the best. Thank you for talking to me and behave yourself in a Golden State. Don't get too much trouble. Okay? You look like a big problem in a Thank you very much. All right, Cliff, text again and sending it back to you, Cliff.
Thank you, George. And George, tell me, where are they on the program now? Do you know?
All right, so I would have given my draft program to our producer yesterday morning, but as you would appreciate, that would have undergone several edits. I was trying to find the latest point but what I know for sure, Cliff, is this. Based on the fact that they bought TV time, captive TV time for the Prime Minister, and the TV time that they've bought for the Prime Minister is set, the clock is set to start running on that from 7:30. So I anticipate him on the stage at or about 7:30. 7 o'clock now, so in about half an hour's time. And then there is an event that is coming up at about 8:30, the lottery, that the TV company, if Lord Jesus is speaking, they'll ask him to pause and do the lottery draw. So I anticipate that the Prime Minister will end at or around 8:30 and start at or around 7:30. I'm sure of that, not too sure of anything else.
Okay. Thank you so much, George. All right, well, let's go to the break and come right back.
This is the Race to 32, the battle for Jamaica House and the issues that matter. Your voice, your vote.
This is a nationwide election nugget.
The rural constituency of Southwest St. Elizabeth has voted for the party that formed government in every general election except 1959, earning it the reputation as the bona fide weather vane seat in the island. Southwest St. Elizabeth was first contested in the 1959 general elections. Since then, the seat has gone on to the party that eventually went on to form government. It has been won by the JLP 7 times and the PNP 6 times. In more recent electoral history, Dr. Christopher Tufton won the seat for the JLP in 2007. He was narrowly beaten out by the PNP's Hugh Buchanan in 2011. The JLP then regained the seat in 2016 under Floyd Green. Green has now held the seat for 2 terms and is seeking a third stint.
That was a nationwide election nugget.
This is a public service announcement. The public is being advised that the Bog Walk Gorge will be closed to vehicular traffic in order to facilitate the use of heavy equipment as JPS continues repair and electricity restoration work following damage caused by the derailed train on Saturday, August 9. The gorge will be closed until 7 p.m. this evening, August 10. JPS thanks customers for their patience and understanding.
Tune in to Nationwide 90 FM, the new revolution in media. Stay ahead of the curve with our cutting-edge reporting and accurate breaking news coverage.
We are having an earthquake. Oh, God.
Hear it here first on Nationwide 90 FM. Tune in, turn up the volume, and listen. We bring a mix of news, entertainment, and sports to your lives.
Nationwide 90 FM's live and continuous coverage of the World Championships in Budapest, Hungary.
News and discussions week mornings.
Coming up in the news at 6 for this morning.
Entertainment in the afternoons, then news again in the evenings.
Nationwide news at this hour, fired.
Also tune in to the entertainment and sports shows in the nights and on the weekends.
It is Boy Things After Dark right here on Nationwide 90 FM.
Everything is news, from current affairs and entertainment to sports, business and other categories.
Nationwide 90 FM. This is Beanie, give it to them. Zaga, Zen.
From every whisper to every commotion.
That's rubbish. The KSAMC cannot investigate itself.
Every news story unfolds here first at Nationwide 90 FM. the new revolution in media. Every sound is a story, and every story we share is news.
This is the Race to 32, the battle for Jamaica House and the issues that matter. Your voice, your vote.
In the race to 32, facts matter.
Did you know that the constituency of Southwest St. Andrew became a PNP stronghold in 1976? Yes, that's a fact. The JLP had a winning streak in the constituency, taking the general elections of 1959, 1962, 1967, and 1972. The streak was broken by the PNP in 1976, when the then Portia Simpson beat the JLP's Joseph McPherson by more than 9,000 votes. The JLP retook control of the seat in the 1983 polls, which was boycotted by the PNP. 6 years later, in 1989, Portia struck again, winning the seat for the PNP and holding it until 2017 when she retired from representational politics. The constituency is among the safest PNP seats in the country and is now led by Dr. Angela Brown Burke.
This nationwide Did You Know fact is part of our coverage for the race to 32 as we preview the next general election.
Well, things are beginning to heat up now when you see the podium is hearing from Desmond McKenzie. Yes, he's a Grandmaster of Master Ceremony at JLP functions. Let's take a listen.
I've known you as a father, I've known you as a friend, and I have lived in the goodness of God.
Labor rights, let me tonight say to Jamaica, say to Jamaicans, Jamaica is moving in the right direction. Jamaica is a better place today under Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party. Let us not make that mistake. Jamaica is good. The only thing that will be bad for Jamaica is the People's National Party. And so tonight, Labour Rights, we are here with a message of prosperity. The message that said to you, stay the course. Jamaica, you are in good hands. We have seen, we have feel the benefits of the Jamaica Labour Party. And one such benefit that we have seen is that in the area of transportation. Halfway tree, let's welcome Mr. Transport himself, the man out of Portland. Let's welcome Darrell Vaz.
This cannot be straight out of pen and paper. Leave that to the nation. This year me and no bongo can't. This year me and no bongo can't. This year.
my colleagues on the platform, deputy leader, chairman, general secretary, and most of all, you, the laborites in Halfway Tree and watching all over Jamaica and the world. Big up your goddamn self. Tonight, I am going to speak in two parts. I am going to speak to those out there that are listening for a message to decide as to who they vote for and why they must choose Jamaica. It is not a surprise to me that the Labour Party river has come down bank to bank tonight. And when I look in the crowd and I see the young people, I see the working class people, I see our elders and all the hard-working Jamaicans who have come out today to say, we choose Jamaica. I want everybody watching here and those watching live to know that the Jamaica Labour Party, under the leadership of Andrew Michael Holness, campaigns on good policies, performance, programs, and the execution of plans. We do not campaign on personal attacks, propaganda, empty promises, and rum talk. We are a party and a government of God-fearing and loving people, always guided by the Almighty's teachings and principle. This election is about leadership and the future of Jamaica. Do we continue to build on the numerous gains, or do we go back to the PNP's failed, recycled policies and their dangerous and irresponsible rhetoric, which is being shared on their platforms over the last 2 years? On this side, we have a leader who has not only been improving the lives of the Jamaican people, reducing poverty and providing jobs at a record rate. And on the other side, they have a man who has used his connections to ensure that while every business in Jamaica was struggling in the 90s, he and his cabal got wealthy. It is not an election about orange and green. This is an election for the heart and the soul and the future of Jamaica. They cannot beat us on performance. They cannot beat us when you compare our team to their team. So they have decided to campaign on personal attacks, lies, empty promises, and rum talk, and to badmine every good policy that this government has implemented. Jamaica, let me ask you a question. Who do you trust with your water? Matthew Samuda or Ian Hills? One love to the Labour Party. Who do you trust with your roads and your works? Nestor Morgan or Richard Azan? Two love to Labour Party. Who do you entrust with your economy? Favored Williams or Julian Robinson? Three love to Labour Party. Who do you trust to continue the crime reduction? Harris Chang or Peter Badmine Bunting? Four love to Labour Party. Who do you trust with your agriculture and fisheries? Floyd Green or Satan Campbell? Five love to Labour Party. And who do you trust to deal with education? Dr. Dana Dixon or Damian Goatman Crawford? In dominoes, that equal to six love. But I don't finish there. Who do you trust with tourism? Ed Bartlett or Wickham McNeil? Seven love, Labour Party. And I save the best for last. Who do you trust to manage transport and energy? Darrell Vaz or Michael Phillips and Philip Baldwell? That is nine love. Me alone take on 2 of them and slew them. Sanjay, now run pretty bit, run some music, you know. Jamaica, if anybody is to give us advice on good policies, it cannot be the PNP that wrecked Jamaica in their 22 years in office. When the PNP signed a deal with the JPS that didn't benefit the customers, that wrecked you and wrecked Jamaica. This is the first time in history that the Jamaica Labour Party is going to get an opportunity to renegotiate a brand new JPS license. And for the first time, we are in the driver's seat. So the question I ask you tonight is, after they negotiated a flawed JPS contract in 2001 and came back and did the same thing in 2016, who you want to negotiate this license? Darrell Vaz and the Andrew Holness government to do a new deal. Because guess what? You see the whole deal? You see the whole license? You see the whole license what them have? See it there?
Slew them up their feelings, them a carry. Them done. Them up their feelings, them a carry. You know what, do them something to me again. When you want to win me. Them up with them a carry.
So, those of you watching and listening tonight, you have decisions to make. And that is one of the first fundamental decisions. Because what gone bad a morning can't come good at evening. Them failed 2 times already. Give the Labour Party their chance to do a new JPS license that is going to benefit you. Let me tell you, let me just give you one simple example of a bad license. You have an emergency fund that is paid every month out of your light bill. So if we have hurricane or earthquake or any natural disaster, and if we have a hurricane and the pole dropped on your fence and brought down your fence or your wall, JPS claim full for them pole and you get nothing for your wall or your fence. That is what PNP negotiate for you.
Some me say them can't on ya. From them not speak no truth, say them can't on ya. From them man is the little youth, say them can't on ya. From them non-king street,
the PNP wants another chance to wreck Jamaica again. The only love that the PNP has ever had for Jamaica is tough love, taxes and hardship. But I tell you tonight, tough love days done long time. Since 2016, when we took office, no new taxes in 9 years and counting, lowest unemployment in history and lowest crime and murder rate in decades, 40% decrease. We have a rural electrification program that when I inherited it in 2020, the cost for rewiring your house was your cost. When I asked JSIF how much to rewire a house, at that time it was $90,000. I said, how much people that want to rewire them house can afford $90,000? Them say not many. I said, that is a flawed policy. Bring back a policy to be that includes the cost of rewiring by the government as a grant to the people of Jamaica. That cost today is $150,000 paid for by the government. And we are spending over $2.4 billion to rewire and connect people to the grid so they can live an honest life. On top of which, when you connect to JPS for the first time, you're going to have a light bill. So we have made provisions to give you a smart meter where you can check your usage and know middle of the bunch if you're going over your budget. But in the meantime, we're going to give every household that connects on the rural electrification $4,000 a month for 6 months, which is half of what we estimate your usage to be. That is what a caring Andrew Holness administration does. So I say to the PNP one thing. Sanjay, play the music for me. Step aside now. Run the music there, Sanjay. We need.
Step aside now. Another man wants to take over. 'Cause you don't know what you got. So now it's time to use it.
When I took over, JUTC had more old bus than new bus. Now today, in 2 years, we have brought in 270 new JUTC bus. When I took over as transport minister, we were losing billions of dollars in theft of fuel. This year, we're going to save $1 billion in fuel savings between theft and the new CNG buses that we have introduced. The Prime Minister will have something more to say on that later on. When 66 students have died in accidents since 2023 and another 775 injured, with most of them dying on their way or being injured to school or on their way home, and the PNP has a dog heart to badmine a rural school bus system. Jamaica, they must pay dearly for that. They are wicked, they are evil, and they are bad mind. The rural MPs that represent the PNP have let their constituents down, because this is the single best thing that can happen to rural Jamaica, where they have a dedicated school bus system for the children so they can stop going through the trauma and the abuse every morning to get to school and get back home. We are doing so with 122 routes to serve 258 schools. That is the first phase to roll out September morning. But there are 850 rural schools, and I stand here tonight and give you a commitment, and you know I don't put my mouth around and talk, that in 2 years we will have enough rural school buses to serve all 850 schools, and no PNP can stop that. So, labor rights, they say time is on me. But I want to let you know, all I ask you to do, don't watch and listen to the propaganda of the PNP. If you want to know anything at all, just make sure that you follow my statements and you follow my social media page or the Jamaica Labour Party. We will always be honest and truthful and accountable to you. So don't make them tell you about the bus them and the door them. Everything is going to be Chris and Curry come September morning. Take that from Darrell Bars. While coming down now, I cannot come off of this platform without burn even one liquor bad mind. So you see, this shirt here, how are you look on it good? How are you look on it good? We're going to burn out the bad mind them. I have 50,000 of these shirts because we're going to go through the look and cranny of Jamaica. And as it relates to Portland, in closing, let me tell you, don't follow no long argument. Portland, vase can't broke. It make out of steel and metal. and we will overcome anything, whether deportee, importee, ex-convict, no matter who. Whenever the Prime Minister announces it, Portland will return as Varsland. I give you great thanks for all you have done for me over the 18 years.
We do so much already, now we do it. We do it. Jamaica Labour Party, yes we do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Vaz. Labour rights. We witness a magnificent independence celebration at the National Stadium. Halfway Tree, Jamaica, let's welcome the Minister of Entertainment, Gender and Sports, Member of Parliament for Central St. Catherine, Babsy Olivia Grant.
Image, hey Babsy Grant, you're running off the village. JLP, you know we all about the business. Making a better way for the youth there. Taught the truth then, hey Babsy Grant. Yeah, we giving Jamaica a better image. Babsy Grant running off the village.
You know that's massacre, right? Are you hearing my big me up? Nice. No, labor rights. Some people said there's no difference between us and them. You know why I'm talking? Them, people there. But I want to tell you all tonight in Jamaica that they are not like us. And it matters who lead us. The choices in this upcoming election are very clear. The difference between us and them is like night and day. We have a leader with a clear vision for Jamaica and where he wants our country to go. Andrew Holness is not only someone who dreams of a better Jamaica, but he works day and night to build a new Jamaica with justice, liberty, and prosperity for all. Andrew Holness' purpose is to create the conditions for Jamaicans to step up in a life, to take care of their family, to educate their children, to own a piece of the rock, build them house, and love our country like never before. You see this thing here? This is our flag. What is the color? What are the colors? The black, the green, and the gold. Some people want to take the green out of the flag. When we celebrated our independence, our theme was be proud, be bold in the black, green, and gold. And everybody wear them black, green, and gold, don't it? Except for you know who. And your Holness' purpose is to create the conditions for Jamaicans to have a better life. He has never forgotten his roots and what his ascension to leadership of our country means to so many of us. Andrew represents the hopes and dreams of the Jamaican people. You see him in what is possible for you to accomplish, for your children to accomplish. He gives us all great hope. And I want to use the opportunity tonight to recognize his mother. I call her Miss Harvey. Miss Harvey, can you stand and be recognized? She gave Jamaica Andrew Holness. I want you to give God thanks for this lady.
the internet failing at this moment when Babsy Grange is introducing the mother of Prime Minister Holness, Miss Harvey. Yes, we have heard about, they're back.
And today, Andrew Holness gives you all hope that your little boy Pickney can become Prime Minister one day. Isn't that great? He's humble. He's respectful of everyone, from the baby to the senior citizen. He doesn't tear down women. And I'm the minister who speaks for gender. I talk for the man them and I talk for the woman them. But you know, women are at a disadvantage because they are the ones who suffer from abuse to a greater extent. And so I have to speak for them. And what I want to say to you tonight is that under Andrew Holness, the world has been noting the progress of our women in Jamaica. The World Economic Forum 2023 Global Gender Gap Report, the report that they prepare, ranks Jamaica as the best in the Caribbean island, referring to Jamaica as one of the countries with even access for men and women when it comes to economic participation and opportunity. Our Prime Minister created that environment and that atmosphere for all you women out there. So this government has also been big on supporting women's businesses. We have a program called the Women's Entrepreneurship Support Project, where we assist small business women in supporting their business financially. And when the third term come, all who not get that help will get the help, because we couldn't do everybody one time. We are empowering and enabling our young women to achieve their dreams through the provision of academic scholarships and grants. When you look at the women in the Labour Party, the women who are ministers of government, a young girl in Jamaica can be whatever she wants to be, whether it's a minister of finance and the public service like Favour Williams, or the minister of foreign affairs and foreign trade like Kamina Johnson. I want you to pick them up when I call them names. Or the chief of defense, head of the army, or Paula Llewellyn, the director of public prosecution. Our Prime Minister has created an environment that enables women. And we want to thank him for that. We have done many things. We have created shelters for women who are being abused. So no woman here has to stay in an abusive relationship, because we have created shelters that if you want to come out of an abusive relationship, we have somewhere for you to go to be in a safe place. Are we not saying that maybe the men don't have issues too? That is why I changed the name of the Bureau of Women's Affairs to the Bureau of Gender Affairs, with the support of the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, to make sure that we not only look after our women, but we also look after our men. And so tonight, As time is going, I won't be long. But who remember the song? Stick by me and I stick by you. Let me hear it. Me and I stick by you. Let me hear you. Stick by me and I stick by you. Let me hear you. Stick by me and I stick by you. My life on earth would be last no lie. Oh, but it nice you stick by. So I'm saying to you tonight, I want you to stick by Andrew Holness. What I say? I want you to say it after me. We will stick by Andrew Holness. Jamaica will stick by Andrew Holness. We are sticking by Andrew Holness because we know that Jamaica will be in good hands. I want every one of you to put your hands in the air and pledge tonight that on election day, whenever that is, you're all going to go out there and you're going to whop them. What I say? Whop them.
Andrew going walk them one by one. Labour going walk them two by two. Turn me friend walk them three by three. Best government we run the country. All of them. Look how we balance the economy. We Labour thank you Lord. Enough people never have key, but now them own a yard. Nobody's so call the big.
Whop them, Labour rights. Whop them. God bless you all.
We do so much already, now we do it more. We do it now.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Babsy Grange. Who is the big man? Where the man from St. Name? Let's have show a boss. Who is the big man?
All right, so we had it there from Babsy Grange, one of the veterans of the Labour Party, trying to make a plea to the Jamaican people listening to stick with Andrew. Yes? And who is performing on the stage now, Damien? Well, we're going to take the break then. Yes? Or so far, let me just go back to the panel here. Panelists, yeah? What have we learned so far that is noteworthy?
Well, I think different ministers have been making a different case. You know, we heard from Darrell Vaz, he's making the case for energy and transportation. He also, sought to rile up the Labourites about the matter of the rural school bus and his anti-bad mind campaign that he's been talking about since he started his tour. And now we were just hearing from Minister Grange about the Prime Minister's, the JLP government, and it's making a case for being a space where women are doing well, according to the Global Gender Gap Report. Effective, I don't know. I think for this kind of a stage, we know who is listening. We know that it's the those who are going to vote JLP. I'm not sure if at this moment we are going to be seeing anybody crossing the floor, changing their minds from what is here. But I think certainly the Labourites are enthusiastic and are passionate about what they're hearing, and it is what they want to hear. So I think in terms of what it is supposed to deliver this evening, dealing with the with the JLP supporters. I think they're delivering.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think another group of people who are listening are probably the comrades waiting on the election date to be announced. And there is a good amount of cussing, a good amount of beating the comrades that they've been taking from the JLP party platform tonight. I think, as expected, it's been a lot of regurgitation of the achievements from the various ministers in their portfolios. I'm waiting to hear from the Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness. He's the front man for the party. He's going to be, for many people, one of two choices between the two leaders of the two major political parties, and he's going to have to deliver the most effective message tonight. And of course, he'll get the most airtime of all the speakers, and he'll have the nation's eyes and ears. So we're waiting to see what he comes with, and of course, we're waiting to see what date he sets.
A big moment for Andrew Holness. Desmond?
Well, as you hear it, the party leaders, they are presenting their case. They are selling their plans and programs to the voters. This evening's program is a political rally, and its aim is to sell programs, to convince voters. That is their main objective. They want a third term, and therefore they are selling their programs.
Mm-hmm. Let's go back to the podium now and hear what's happening there.
Shiny forever. Can't run them, can't hide them, can't do what against Andrew. Why mash them up? Labor right, why mash them up? Them can't run, them can't hide them, can't do what against Labor right, I go mash them up. Labor right, why mash them up? Road a fix now, we have no one yet. House a build now, we have no one yet. Development, we have no one yet. Love the progress, we have no one. Ring the bell, them, we have no one. Blow the hand, them, we have no one. Bust the move, them, we have no one. Champion, him a real champion. Can't run, them can't hide, them can't do what they yes, Andrew, why mash them up? Labor right, why mash them up? Them can't run, them can't hide, them can't do what they labor right, I go mash them up. Labor right, why mash them up? Labor right. Jamaica Labour Party. Who ready? Labour on. Ring the bell. Them can't run, them can't hide, them can't do what they Labour right, I go mash them up. Labour right, why mash them up? Them can't run, them can't hide, them can't do what they yes, Andrew, why mash them up? Labor right, why mash them up? Road a fix now, we have no one. House a build now, we have no one. Development, we have no one. Love the progress, we have no one.
Yes, sir.
Ring the bell, then we have no one.
Labor rights, you feeling good? Let me hear you say third term. Let me hear you say shower. And so tonight, it's my pleasure to welcome now to the microphone West Central St. Catherine, Minister of Health. Let's welcome Dr. Christopher Tufton.
I love my life. I love my life. I love my life. So I live my life today. I love my life. I love my life. I love my life.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to my colleagues on the platform and the sea of green labor rights in halfway tree. Shower to you all.
Labor rights.
Labor rights. My family. As chairman of the campaign committee, I want to share for a few minutes the vision and the mission of this campaign that will lead us to the third term and keep Andrew Holness as Prime Minister of Jamaica. And I want you to listen to me well. When we ask you to vote for the Jamaica Labour Party, we are asking you to choose what is best for you, for your family, for your community, and for Jamaica. Listen carefully. When we say we are doing more for you, we mean that this government, under the leadership of Andrew Holness, has done more for more Jamaicans than any other government in the history of this country, and certainly more than the Orange people has ever done when they had the reins of this country. When we say we are doing more for you, it means that we have done things for you that nobody else has done. For example, the lowest unemployment rate in the history of Jamaica means more jobs for more Jamaicans than any time before. The lowest poverty rate in Jamaica's history means more opportunities for you to build wealth and uplift your families than any other time in the history of this country. The lowest murder rate in 30 years means safer for communities for you and your children over the past 30 years. 8 straight years of no new taxes means more money in your pocket so you can decide how to spend it for you and your families. And in healthcare, since I have been in charge of healthcare, we have done more for you than any time before. 138 health centers upgraded or built over the last 5 years. The most significant improvement in hospital upgrades, Cornwall Regional, which was allowed to collapse because of neglect, Western Child and Adolescent, Spanish Town Hospital, University Hospital in the West Indies, St. Anne's Bay, Maypen, just to name a few, the largest upgrade of hospital infrastructure that this country has ever seen, doing more for you under Andrew Holness and the Labour Party government. More doctors and nurses, almost 3,000 new posts that have been established to put more doctors and nurses in our hospital and health centers. And every one of you, and I know that you know someone in Jamaica who, when them sick and go to the health center, them go to a NHF drug serve window and them get them medication free. 3 million prescriptions delivered to Jamaicans, more than any other time before. And let's not forget, the middle of the greatest global health crisis in 100 years. It's not a pleasant thing to talk about, but it's a reality. We had to make impossible decisions. Under Andrew Holness as leader, we had to protect lives, keep the health system standing, keep the economy from collapsing. More countries stumbled under COVID than little Jamaica, with little but with Talawa under the leadership of the Jamaica Labour Party. We stood strong. And even though those years of COVID were lost years, your JLP government still created jobs, still built hospitals, still kept taxes down, and still did more for more Jamaicans. That is what we mean when we say we are doing more for you than anybody else in any time of the history of this country. That is leadership you can trust. Now, I want you to be very clear about this theme that you should be proud of. Doing more for you doesn't mean we have done everything that you want us to do. There's still a lot of work to be done. But the reality is that we have done better than any other alternative that is out there, and that is justification to allowing the Labour Party under Andrew Holness to continue the work and get other things done. We need to be allowed to finish the job, and that's what we humbly ask the Jamaican people to allow us. The PNP said they want to rescue Jamaica. Rescue from what is the question you must ask them. They want to rescue the record number of jobs that we have created, the lowest poverty that we have seen, the largest reduction of crime that we have seen in 30 years. How do you rescue that unless you're going to create more unemployment, create more poverty, and increase crime in this country? I want you to reject that notion. They don't have a track record of doing that. We cannot trust them or their leader and that party to take this country forward. We are at a delicate stage. And guess what? I know me say you can't trust them to run Jamaica. And them say so.
Idiot. You have to face reality.
Listen.
You have to face reality. That Mark Golden must never become Prime Minister of Jamaica. These realities must be faced. These are realities. These are realities. Mark Golden must never become Prime Minister of Jamaica.
I want you to take a guess as to who says so. I know me says so. KD Knight says so. Them say if Frisch go river bottom and tell you say no go down there, don't go down the labor rights. I'm coming down now because we have to create time for the leader. I want you to remember Finsack, when thousands of Jamaicans lost their homes, their farms, their businesses. There was a company called Golden Bunting and something else who made their wealth, their greatest wealth during that time. Another one of their kind said it was the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. They were on the rich side. Me and you were on the poor side. And that is another reason why we cannot trust them to lead this country going forward. So I close by saying, I want you to understand what it means doing more for you. You need to go out there and you need to talk to your neighbor and your friend. We choose Jamaica because Jamaica is what we care about. That's what Andrew Holness's work is all about. We are doing more for you than ever before. And as a result, the choice is clear. Jamaica, the Labour Party, is the best party to carry this country forward. Show a Labour right.
We do so much already, now we doing more. We doing Jamaica Labour Party, yes we doing more.
Thank you. Labour rights, one of the most successful General Secretary in the history of the Jamaica Labour Party. Easily the most outstanding Minister of National Security. Halfway tree, let's welcome Dr. Horace Chang.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come?
Them no inna my leg, no inna my leg. Them I put a little bit of money and weed no reach somewhere, and after them I leave, no inna my leg.
Labour rights. Labour rights. Labour rights, are you ready? Labour rights and all Jamaicans. Tonight we choose Jamaica. Third term loading. Tonight, the Prime Minister and our leader will make a significant announcement. And that will bring to your attention to all Jamaicans the need to make a vital decision. Across tonight we have labourers from every corner of Jamaica. And Jamaicans are listening from Negril Point to Moran Point, north to south. Because you'll have to make a choice what road you travel. What leader you need to lead you down that road that will take us to a country that is safe, that have good order, is growing and moving to prosperity. You have had the experience. We know one leader that has taken us through difficult times. Leadership matters. Andrew Michael Holness, Dr. Michael Holness, took us through the COVID disaster with dignity,
with strength and character. And Jamaica came out of it with the fastest recovery in any other country in the Western Hemisphere. Andrew Holness leads. He had brought the economy back to stability so we can find resources to spend on the problems. Building highways, water supply, hospitals, hope housing for poor people, social pension, what is required to give people hope in their country and a share of the wealth in our country. Andrew Holness cares, he's concerned, and he's committed to giving you a country in which every Jamaican can feel safe and there can be realize their dreams. I'll be short tonight because you're waiting to hear him. Among his talents is that Andrew Holness choose people that he can work with and is committed to the cause that will follow his leadership. When you look around him, in the leadership of every sector, he found people competent, capable, and ready to assist in leading the country down a path of peace, goodwill, and prosperity. A path in which every Jamaican is recognized and respected. And today I had the privilege of working in a particular area where it needed the guts and political will to build a security force that could deal with the criminal element that run across this country. Crime was rampant. It's the biggest problem we had in my own constituency. I saw the blood. Many weekends, the time it was such that the police never ever had crime scene tape. So I could walk up to the bodies and look at them. Many were slaughtered. My friend is here from Montego Bay, Eroy Central. When you walk into Norwood in the morning, 5 dead. People are shot in their homes. The homes burnt with some still alive. And I could tell they were alive because I'm a doctor. You could look at the position. You went in the South Spring, the stone in the yard was covered with blood. You could smell the blood. Those of us in our country know what a butcher shop looked like. But the atmosphere was thick with fear and concern by families who had survived. That is the atmosphere that across Jamaica we inherited. But we care, we are concerned. Some of those people only live on the wrong road. They lived in attracting and informal settlements where violence producers would walk and they would kill them because they figured they would use cell phone and call police. So we set about to correct that. And our leader, our Prime Minister, committed to do it. He had to invest heavily. There are many things to do, but Andrew Holness' concern was for the safety and well-being of all Jamaicans. He chose Jamaica. That is the kind of leader you have. And that's the leader we need to continue to lead us. He is the one who we need to lead us through. The job is not finished. Work has to be done. He set out to fix the communities and to fix the security forces. We passed legislation. We use not only zones, not only state of public emergency. We passed a new act, Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act, to ensure a man who use guns to kill people will pay a penalty. When him kill people wantonly, innocent people, you catch him, you put him away for life. That's what we said. Man who disregard and disrespect poor Jamaicans cannot stay on the street. It's either you give up the gun or face your maker and go to prison for life. One or the other. Violence must stop. The old lady must continue to go prayer meeting Wednesday night. The young boys must be able to play football in the square at night. Futsal is popular. A man must be able to go to work and leave 1 o'clock in the morning from the hotel, which is now full because Minister Bartlett is putting tourists in the hotel, and come home from the night shift and feel safe. That is the Jamaica we want to build. That's the Jamaica Andrew Holness started to build. The work is not finished. Leadership matters. And I mentioned something before I go on to say more on security. He chose the team. Look around him. On my side of the island, not only crime was high, but tourism was hurting. Today, working hard, Edmund Bartlett bring tourists come full up the hotel them. But we still have to deal with the crime. And today, across the world, Jamaica now have a level 2 travel advisory. You're going to see tourists like sand grain on the sea, at the beach out there when that done, because we fixed the security problem. And we fixed the health problem. We are fixing the health problem. The problem that affect Jamaicans, the problem that affect the economy, and Johon is set out to fix them. But the job is not done. And I urge all of you, when you leave here as laborites, all Jamaicans, you listen. The job needs leadership to complete the task. We are at a crossroads. Choose the right road. When you look on one side, you have a man who same can lead, but who going with him? He's not only a lesser leader than our leader, but he have nobody around him. Nobody can lead. One speaker already mentioned it. My leader just celebrate independence. What him say? Be proud, be bold in the black, green and gold, the national flag of Jamaica. Right. Be proud. Well, I said to the other one, him sound like, well, I don't tell you what, I'm not going to say what him saying though. Him sound like a man who go to Bendong Market and look cheap cloth. You know Bendong Market? I said, here we go. We are with the black, green and gold fabric of the Jamaica flag. That is our leader. He set about, despite of the challenges, to invest in our security forces. And today, everyone out can accept we have a new Jamaica Constabulary Force. Same men and women, but with equipment, with confidence, with training, and new men were recruited. We recruited 6,000 officers to add to the force that they have the manpower to reach everywhere. They were out there complaining, you must go to proximity policing, you must do this, you must do that, but they never gave them the manpower. And Johon said we need the security force to protect Jamaicans. Today, in this year, 7 months, there are 298 Jamaicans alive because Andrew Holmes invested in the police force. And this police force is reducing murder every day in greater numbers. Every Jamaican can feel a little safer, but the job not done. Young men and young women are proud to join the police force. We have trained them well. They're not perfect, but you and I know they show greater respect for Jamaicans. They have been trained in rights, and they are committed to protect and serve law-abiding Jamaicans. But if you get trouble, and you have a fire gun, come in when them call you. Or when them come, they are trained to deal with that. We have prepared, trained, and organized a security force to give Jamaicans safety and to provide an environment we can not only move our own safely, but build an economy. My friends, my colleagues, and Jamaicans across Jamaica, you have a simple decision to make in the next few days. There are 2 roads ahead of us. One, we have started to build public safety. You can walk, you can go to your prayer meeting again Wednesday night. You can walk to school in safety. I go to a school, you find them up there, send them out by taxi to far away. You can now play at nights, whether the old man play domino on the street light or the young boys play futsal. And we have started back to give permission for the parties, because we know entertainment is a big part of Jamaica's life. It's an economic activity. And my police officer will say, yes, you can do your water party till midnight. We start again. This is how we are working to restore vibrancy in our community. And the zones of special operation, the roads are fixed. The zinc pen's gone. Garbage collection up. Drains put in place. And we're giving titles, new schools, new police stations, and opportunity to train young men. In Montego Bay and Kingston, we started to train young men in driving articulated vehicles, heavy-duty equipment. They get good money, and women can do it too. You get to drive a trailer, you make good money more than somebody in a big office. It is because we are committed to a safer country, to a strong community, and to people who can realize their dreams.
Andrew Michael Honis. Choose Jamaica and choose Jamaicans. So, I give you two simple messages. Leadership matters. And there's one leader, one man who can lead us on the road to a safer and more prosperous society. And Dr. Andrew Michael Honis. When the time comes, make sure you put that X beside the bell and reaffirm the mandate for the Jamaica Labour Party and Andrew Honis. Two roads. You need a leader to complete the task. If you want safety, reduce violence, increase prosperity, you travel that road with Dr. Andrew Michael Honis. God bless all the laborites and the people of Jamaica. Again, we will reaffirm our commitment to the Jamaica Labour Party, to Andrew Honis, for a better country and a more prosperous country. Choose Jamaica laborites. Third term, my Lord.
We do so much already that we do it more. We do it. Jamaica Labour Party, yes, we do it more.
Let's have a big honor. Labour rights, let's have a big hand for our hard-working General Secretary and Minister of National Security, Dr. Horace Strang. Halfway tree, Jamaica. Let's welcome now Chairman of this great Jamaica Labour Party, Member of Parliament, Robert Bobby Montague.
Mr. Montague. Right now, Montague too happy then. I go get solar light in a cabin. And him a go upgrade water system in a areas like Hamilton Mountain. But Mr. Montague feel leader in a St. Mary Western region. Yeah, them regular Bobby Villa Rockabessa. Vote if you need change to better. Jeffreytown, Charlestown and Stewarttown. Bobby I go upgrade and now let you down. I go build better road from Villa to Grandstone. Wood Park to Derry now left out Queenstown. Yeah, I go
meeting chairman, officers of this great party, candidates, councillors, councillor caretakers, our social media warriors, delegates, workers, members of the press, members of the security forces, my fellow Jamaicans, both here and overseas, how uno do? Uno all right? Jamaicans, as we come towards the end of one term and look towards a new term, we come to you seeking your support. Let us first thank God for His mercy, strength, and blessings. He has guided us through COVID, burial, and other challenges. We come knowing that all the work is not done. We acknowledge that there are still challenges and issues, but Andrew Michael Holness, our leader and Prime Minister, have a history of completing commitments. We also know that Andrew is a youth from Spanish Town. He has walked your journey. He understands your pain, your struggles, and he wants you to succeed. You know that Andrew cares for you. So he needs you, and he needs one more term to continue doing the things to improving your life, your community, and your family. There is still much to be done. We in the Labour Party respect, love, and care for you. And that is why we will always humbly ask, appeal, even beg for your support. We do not take your support lightly. We value your support. We will work for your support. We have earned your support, and we treasure your support. We are not like others. We are not like others who think they are entitled, so they don't have to tell you what their plans are. They don't have to discuss their plans with you. But we in the Labour Party, we listen to you and make adjustments based on your suggestions. We have worked hard on your behalf, and you have seen the results. We come now with bold new ideas, seeking your support. We together must unite and face the future. We must embrace new thoughts and ideas. Look afresh at old methods and support Andrew Holness when critics say we can't do what we must do. We are Jamaicans, proud and strong. It is that creative spirit, that boldness that has led us to where we are. Andrew Holness and the Labour Party in the new term will be taking special emphasis on rural Jamaica. And we want to discuss some programs with you for rural development. We commit to utilize artificial intelligence and its possibilities.
Jump up in a jacuzzi, Ashley. Get on you just a move to the cash way. I'm one who fi slow me down. Watch glory run. Them think we story done. I'm one who fi stop it. I'm living like a movie, watch it. Jump up in a jacuzzi, Ashley. Get on you just a move to the cash way. I'm one who fi slow me down. Watch glory run. Them think we story done. Nothing to change, get with the danger. Get me the fire, me no danger. Started the game, I never complain. To the back of real, man a stranger. Tell them I'm this, I feel I'm afraid. Can't make them lock me and them jail. Stocking up the paper, popping out them grades. Rapid it, me have to strap them with the laser. Get some girl and get tired and watch it sail. Girl that shit talk me sharper than a razor. I never man a fall, I got to feel me savior. Me pop it off anywhere, I'm in a cater. And when they start to make you money, watch it later. Them no love to see this skyscraper. Hustle hard for me life greater. Center stage and we have to do it major. Don't want no one who fi stop me. Living like a movie, watch me. Jump up in a jacuzzi, Ashley. Hopefully, I'm one no one who fi slow me down.
Halfway tree.
Them think we story done. The amount of call we have can't hide. The amount of ride we walk outside. The amount of burn a boy walk white and we out ya pull up fast and fly. Cash me a talk, we not talk.
Halfway tree.
Labor right. Who ready? Let's welcome the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Mr. Andrew Holness. Who was the champion? Who was the big man? Who run the island? Who got the best land? Who are the champion? Who was the big man?
Halfway tree. Halfway tree. I want you, labor rights, to welcome to the platform leader of the great Jamaica Labour Party, Prime Minister for 1 term, Prime Minister for 2 term, 3-term Prime Minister, Andrew Michael Holness.
Justice is our everlasting song. Unity and progress will make our nation strong. Stand up for your rights when you hear the bell. Stand up for justice, hear the freedom bell. Remember Bustamante, he served you well. Stand up, Jamaicans, when you hear the bell.
Labor rights. Labor rights. Whoa. Whoa. Andrew come. Party chairman.
Labor rights. Labor rights. Mr. Party Leader, I beg you come here 1 minute. And I want to ask the crowd in Halfway Tree, what time is it? Not 2, but labor rights. Before I go any further in my speech, I am happy that the party leader is here. Because yesterday we had Central Executive. And yesterday at Central Executive, when we met, we passed one resolution. And I am happy to report to you tonight what that resolution was about. That resolution converted our caretakers and divisional and constituency chairmen into candidates of the Jamaica Labour Party. I am happy tonight as chairman of the greatest political party in the Western Hemisphere to tell you, the delegates and the citizens of Jamaica, that the Jamaica Labour Party now has 63 candidates ready to face the public of Jamaica to form the next government. The Secretariat has worked very hard. The area council has worked very hard. The officers have worked very hard. And now we have certified that the organization is ready. It is now left to one man. To one man. To do whatever he wants to do, whenever he wants to do what he has to do. A few more minutes. A few more minutes. A few more minutes. And all the people that was betting, and all the people that say Ray and I say Ray, a few more minutes. But labor rights and Jamaicans, as we look towards a third term, we in the Labour Party come to you in humility. We come to you to ask for your support because we know that we are not entitled to it. We have worked hard for you and we want to continue to work hard for you. And that is why we are going to be using and utilizing artificial intelligence and its possibilities to help with rural development. We will train more farmers in the use of AI that will increase yields through the use of drones and the hydroponic system. This will lead to the use of less chemicals, fertilizer and water, but will increase productivity and therefore increase profit. We will use the AI possibilities to smooth out the supply chain and payment issues that farmers sometimes face. We will use artificial intelligence to develop programs to safeguard our fisher folks and improve their working conditions, and we will target and attract more young people and single mothers into agriculture. We intend to use artificial intelligence in healthcare to continue digitalizing our medical records and using telemedicine to get specialist care into our rural clinics. The Wood Park Clinic in St. Mary will be the first clinic in Jamaica to use telemedicine. We will use AI to make sure all our systems are more efficient, therefore allowing us to expand the range of assistance to persons, especially those over 60 years old. Because it is at that age you need the most medical help, but it is at that age that most private insurance cut you off. Those children and relatives who have to pay for medication monthly know how expensive that medication is. We will address menopausal challenges of our ladies by expanding benefits under the NHF. We will use AI and take hard training to you by putting suitable courses on the online platform, so you do not have to go to Heart for some courses. Heart will come to you. We in Western St. Mary are about to launch such a platform. We intend to train more of our people, young and not so young, in the use of artificial intelligence, so that they can use their phones to start a business, how to trade on the stock market, and how to design and build apps. We will use these platforms also to tackle illiteracy in this country. With an expanded Jamaica Eye program, using community Wi-Fi systems from the United Service Funds, the use of drones and other technologies, we will combat pre-deer larceny, protect our fish stocks and our borders, thus enhancing security and reducing crime. We will expand the use of drones in surveying so as to complete the cadastral map, and with land titling amnesty announced by the Prime Minister, produce and issue more land titles. We will be building more housing solutions, houses and service lots in rural Jamaica, and assisting persons with home repairs to make your houses more stronger and more hurricane resistant. As a matter of fact, for us in Western St. Mary, we have identified some 1,000 housing solutions. We will use AI to help to design programs, especially in the gaming format, to improve driver knowledge, increase road safety, and reduce road fatality. A new day is coming for our bus and taxi operators. We will work hard with Heart Trust and the ITA to train and certify more drivers. Other programs for rural development, including asking the Sports Development Foundation to prioritize grants to the top 5 and the last 5 schools in our boys and girls championships so that their sporting facilities can be improved. We will continue to improve our public beaches and create space for our craft persons, vendors and artists to have expanded markets and the public to have more access to beaches. We will continue to offer training and assistance to build more community tourism programs so the benefits of tourism can come to your house and your community. It is our intention as a Labour Party in the 3rd term to expand access to water into every community using solar pumps, as we have done in Oxford and Montreal, and we will do in Mile Gully and Springfield. We will take electricity and internet access to faraway communities and provide jobs in rural areas through urban centers like Morant Bay and the one to be built in Boscobel and Port Antonio. We commit to improving the rural road network by making new roads and bypasses, fixing community and farm roads, and their maintenance by expanding the Lentman system and doing more bushing and drain cleaning. These are just some of the bold new ideas and the continuation of programs that work. But you will see more and get more details when our manifesto is launched. We could have done more, but remember, we lost 3 years to COVID, but we as a Labour Party government did not lay off one government worker during COVID. As a matter of fact, we assisted private sector workers with cash grants, and we had a compassionate grant program. We are a party that cares for the poor. We doubled the minimum wages. We are a party that cares for the poor. We increased the old age and the pension aid benefits for the pensioners. We have made gains. We have come a far way, and we are not going to look back. We therefore must protect these gains. So I ask you all to join the Green Army, to walk the hills and the valleys, the lanes and the streets, to find that elderly couple and to ask them to vote for the Jamaica Labour Party. Help us to locate that person whose name is on your voters list, but they move from the community. Help us to find them, bring them back, and make sure them vote for Labour. If you are willing to defend and protect the future of Jamaica, land we love, I ask you, whether you are here in Halfway, you are at home, you're in a car or at a bar or overseas, to raise your right hands at this moment. I want you to raise your right hands. And I want you to repeat this pledge. I want you to raise your hands and repeat this pledge. I do pledge to be a worker for the Jamaica Labour Party. I will visit at least 25 homes and talk about what the JLP has done and what the JLP will do. I pledge to make sure at least 5 voters on election day will vote for the JLP. So therefore, by the powers vested in me as chairman, I now declare all of you a Jamaica Labour Party worker.
Jamaica nobody fuss no, nobody fight. We did have to be a labor right. No shaky boat because a woman will like. We did have to be a labor right. The river come down green.
My fellow Jamaicans, some people dream of building a new Jamaica. Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party, we are building a new Jamaica. We're not dreaming about it. A Jamaica where our young people get opportunities and second chances. A Jamaica where our elders get respect and a good pension. Where our workers get a fair wage and a chance to advance. Where the poor is not left behind. We want to continue this mission. When that day comes, remember to put Jamaica first. Remember to always choose Jamaica. Remember that you and your neighbor must vote for Labour. My fellow Jamaicans, love you.
We do so much already, now we doing more. We do it. Jamaica Labour Party, yes we doing more. JLP doing more. Labour Party, JLP doing more. Let's go. Above and beyond for Jamaica, 'cause we are great and strong. We work.
Thank you. Let's have a big hand for party chairman, Robert Bobby Montague. But before the big moment, let's welcome none other than Mr. Vegas.
Quite a stirring presentation by the JLP chairman, Robert Bobby Montague there. And it's building up to the big moment now, the Prime Minister's moment to announce the date of the elections. And he will do so from Halfway Tree Square, the capital of St. Andrew. And Halfway Tree has a storied history of being the location for Prime Ministers to announce general elections. Here's our Mahiri Stewart.
Jamaican political history indicates that Halfway Tree Square has been the favored location for Jamaica's leaders to let the public know when they'll be heading to the polls. The use of Halfway Tree began on March 9, 1993. Then PNP President and Prime Minister P.J. Patterson, during a Halfway Tree meeting, made it known to Jamaicans that they'd be voting on March 30 that year. Patterson's PNP would be victorious. Patterson would again use Halfway Tree on November 26, 1997 as the grand stage to announce the December 18 election. After another victory at the polls, Patterson decided the third time was the charm and again announced a general election in Halfway Tree Square on October 22, 2002. Though the PNP would be victorious for a third straight election, when the time came to announce the next one, it would not be P.J. Patterson flying the gate. Portia Simpson Miller would succeed him as Prime Minister and PNP leader following his retirement in 2006. She would follow her predecessor's tradition as she used the Halfway Tree stage to announce an August 27, 2007 election date. The PNP would lose this election. However, after victory in 2011 saw the PNP in power once more, Portia Simpson Miller would again keep the tradition alive. She announced the 2016 election date during a mass rally in Halfway Tree on January 31.
General elections will be held on the 25th day of February 2016.
The JLP would come out on top in this election. The JLP hasn't lost an election since. This will be Prime Minister Holness's third time announcing an election date. He first did so in 2011, ringing the election bell during a JLP meeting in Mandeville on December 4 in the lead up to the December 29 election date.
Election day will be the 29th of December.
The second time was in 2020, when he became the first Prime Minister to use the House of Representatives as the setting for the announcement. On that day, August 11, he informed the country that the election would be held on September 3 as the country battled the COVID-19 pandemic.
Tuesday,
the 18th day of August 2020 is appointed as nomination day. Consequently, the date fixed for the taking of the polls, that is the general elections for the year 2020, is therefore Thursday, September the 3rd, 2020.
However, tonight, Dr. Andrew Holness will take a page out of his rival party's book. For the first time, it will be the JLP that will use the iconic Halfway Tree venue to tell the nation when they'll be heading to the polls. Mahiri Stewart for Nationwide News.
Thank you, Mahiri. And we're going to go back to Halfway Tree now, where Vegas is entertaining the crowd.
Thank you, Jamaicans. It is my distinct privilege and honor at this time to bring to address the nation the Member of Parliament for West Central St. Andrew, leader of this great Jamaica Labour Party, Prime Minister 1 term, Prime Minister 2 term, 3-term Prime Minister, Andrew Michael Holness.
Pass for every boss, done for every done. Ever militant, so it and. Humble like a lamb, tell them no confusion. Pass for every boss, done for every done. Make them know see I want, so it and. No confusion.
I must say to you, I am overwhelmed. I reflected on 2016, and I look back on the video of 2016 and the crowd that gathered here, and I compared it to the drone shots that I have seen of the crowd here, and this is a much larger crowd than 2016.
Jah give me everything, so me nah lose sanity, me vanity, no frightened for anything.
It is an important point to make because governments in their second term usually lose momentum. But what is clear from tonight is that the momentum is with the Jamaica Labour Party. The momentum is obviously born of hard work, but it is also born of the relevance of the policies of the party. It is born of the legitimacy of the government. It is clear that the people of Jamaica, regardless of their political persuasion, have to agree that the Jamaica Labour Party is a performing government, a government that has delivered. to deliver for the people. Because we are a party that believes in hard work. We believe that by the sweat of our brow we shall eat bread. That is the ethic of our party. But we are not ashamed or afraid to say that we are a party that believes in God Almighty, and we get down on our knees and we ask God to give us the strength to carry on for the people of Jamaica and to bless every endeavor that we have undertaken. And tonight I want to thank God for giving us the energy to continue and giving us the vision and the foresight to see the plan through for the people of the country. I give God the glory for tonight.
You make me stronger. You make me stronger.
I want to thank God for my family, my wife Juliet and my 2 sons, and my mother is also here with us today. My sisters are here with me, and I know that my father is watching somewhere in St. Elizabeth. And I have had the privilege of working with some of the best Jamaicans, some of the most caring, some of the smartest Jamaicans who have served Jamaica. My Jamaica Labour Party family and the cabinet that they have formed. I want to tell them thanks as well.
Family. I mean, say family. If I want to be a fern killer, me no believe in a fern killer. Family.
And I want to thank you, my family. You are my family. The struggles that you have gone through or are going through, I have gone through them, and I am going through them with you. It is not by mistake or by a courtesy that when I walk among the people, the elderly hold me and them say, "My son." People my age say, "My brother." And the young people them say, "Uncle." That is because they know they can identify with me as I identify with them. They know that I have never taken my eyes off the important things that affect them. They know that. And they know that if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. And if I change my mind and say I'm not going to do it, I'll come and tell you I'm not going to do it. And so the people have brought their dreams, their hopes and aspirations to me and my government. because they see that we have performed and that we can deliver. They see it. They see that some of the most intractable problems in the history of Jamaica, this government has taken them on and has transformed them. Take crime, for example. When I was a much younger boy, I was coming home from work with my mother. My mother used to work at the NIS office in Spanish Town. And I would walk home with her from Spanish Town to Ensom City. Those of you who know the distance, a few miles of walking. And we reach a point where some gunshots start to fire. This was coming up to the 1980 election. And I'll never forget it. Myself and my mother, we had to run and duck. You remember that, mommy? And it stuck in my mind that Jamaica should not be a place of violence. It shouldn't be. It should never be. Because we are such a peaceful people. We are such a loving people. We are known for our hospitality. But this kind of violence has crept into our culture. Today, I heard the sad news of a policeman and his family who was attacked and his wife killed, and I want to send my condolence to that family. I know that the police high command is working on that case, and I have no doubt that those persons who committed that heinous act, that they will see justice, and swiftly. The murder rate went above 1,000 in the 1990s under the PNP. And it has stayed there since. It is this administration that will bring the murder rate below 1,000. In fact, we are targeting to go as low as 800. Or even lower. And we have not done it just this year. We have been bringing down the murder rate for the last 3 years. And we intend to make Jamaica the most peaceful country in this region. And we know we can do it, and we will do it. I was in Westmoreland recently. And as I walked and I spoke to some of the people there, they tell me, thanks, Prime Minister. Thank you. You have dealt with the gangs and things have been peaceful. I was in Central Kingston and the residents tell me, Prime Minister, thank you. Peaceful in my community. Housing. As I walk the communities and I go into some of the homes, I see the conditions. Some people not living anywhere. And I want all of you to know this. I was born in Spanish Town at 56 Cumberland Road in a board house with my great-grandmother, and I moved from my great-grandmother. I live with my mother, then I go back to live with my grandmother until my mother got an NHT house. I know personally the struggles for housing that this nation has gone through. I am intimately aware of it. And that is why we have targeted to build 70,000 new houses in Jamaica. And we have programmed that 70,000 houses, well programmed. The NHT has already programmed 50,000 of that, and the HAJ and the new social housing program, in addition to what we are building in Bernard Lodge, will complete the commitment of 70,000 new houses. Tonight, I repeat the further commitment that our next government will put in train another 60,000 new housing solution for the people of Jamaica. The objective is to increase the supply of housing so that the price of houses can stabilize and get cheaper. That is the real challenge. This administration has unlocked the secret of doing that. We are doing it under the NHT. We are doing it with our new developments such as in Bernard Lodge. And we have recently announced a massive new development which will take place in Innswood, which will see 10,000 houses under the Greater Innswood development area. We will also launch an expansion of social housing in Jamaica. We are going to be using building systems, prefabricated houses that we can come and just place on the lots that people have to help those persons who are living in dilapidated homes so that you can get access to better quality housing more quickly. We have now perfected the new social housing program. We are going to go one step further as we have started to now deal with the big yards and tenement yards. I know many of you are here, live in big yard and tenement yard, one little space with all 10 houses in it. We will change that in our next term. That is not a promise. That is a commitment because we have studied the problem, we have put the systems in place, we know what to do, and we have the financing targeted for it. I want to talk a little bit about public transportation. Again, I used to have to take the taxi and bus to school. Sometimes I couldn't bother because you couldn't get it. Sometimes the taxi man don't want to take you. So I used to walk to school and I didn't mind. When I started at university, myself and my wife Juliet will tell you that we used to take the bus. That time it was 250,000 bus. Right? It's from Spanish Town to university. We know the Jamaican struggle. No gold spoon, no privilege, no tapanaris. And that is why we make policy for the benefit of the people, because we know what the people go through. This is not something that we read in textbook. That is why we have made the investment in improving the JUTC. The JUTC is now the most efficient it has ever been. We are approaching close to $1 billion of savings in the JUTC. Want you to understand this. When we get efficiency gains from good government, what we do is we give it over to the people. Some of that we will be using, as we have done, to purchase the school buses, to roll out the school bus program. But here's what we're going to do. Come September rather, when the new school term starts, we will give free transportation to all school children from September to October, and this will also include all tertiary students with ID will be able to utilize the JUT services free of cost for 2 months. I'm going to come back to the reasoning behind that. But we have more buses to come. So you are going to have a first world public transportation system that will get you to work on time and in comfort and affordably. This is a part of our productivity thrust. If you want people to be productive, get them to work on time, get them to work in a good frame of mind, and take away the worry about cost of living, which transportation is a major part of cost of living. Area is garbage collection, public sanitation. I am not pleased with how my country looks. I'm not pleased. But we have done quite a bit. In fact, we have done more than the previous government. We have refleeted the NSWA with over 100, including tipper trucks and crane trucks, coming. But that is not going to be the major solution for keeping our country clean. In our next term, we will start by engaging a public-private partnership with the private sector to increase the number of garbage collection units that we have right across the island. It will be contracted out in a significant way, which will ensure that every community in Jamaica will have regular garbage collection services. We will build a new sanitary landfill. We have already identified where that will be, and we have done the work on that. And we will decommission Riverton City as a dump as it is. We will work with the communities that are in and around Riverton City, and eventually Riverton City will become the next frontier for economic development in Kingston. If we are able to do that, decommission Riverton City, clear it up, take off the rubbish off it, and make those lands available. It will take time. But if we do that, we immediately improve the health of the people of Kingston, because that, I hate to call it a dump, but it's not a landfill, it's not a properly managed area. But the toxin that releases every time there is a fire, and generally has a general impact. And just by doing that, we can improve the health of the people. But the big thing that we're going to do is to introduce a massive program of recycling of waste, which will include the separation of garbage and to turn waste into energy. This is not a promise. This is something that we have already studied, we have already done, and we will start to implement in the 3 phases I've mentioned. One is the public-private partnership for the collection of public municipal waste. 2, the building of a new sanitary landfill. And 3, the construction of a new waste-to-energy plant, which will create a demand for waste to be converted into energy. What that means is that your plastic will have value, because the plastic will become the fuel for the new energy plant. And that is something that we have already committed to, and we will put in place in the new government. We will make Jamaica clean as a whistle. I also want to talk to our young people, because as I surveyed this crowd, they have drones flying over, and I'm looking at the footage. And there is a lot of young people in the crowd. In fact, there are more young people in the crowd than I had expected. Majority of the crowd is young people. And I want you to be assured that this is the party for you. We are the party that is best for young people. Young people want, my friend, thank you. Young people want opportunity. They want education. They want employment. They want access to start their own business, whether it is in the creative enterprises or in manufacturing or in agriculture. They want opportunities. And so we have started to repurpose HEART to focus on providing our young people with not just skills, but with the opportunities to convert those skills into economic benefit. The PNP promised a program called JEEP. It was called the Jamaica Emergency Employment Program. I don't know if you remember that. The JEEP program was supposed to provide quick employment, especially to young people, but it's really what you call crash work. Nothing wrong with crash work, it stop a gap. That is when unemployment was in the 13%. When we came in, we didn't promise any such program. What we gave was a program called the HOPE program. And under the HOPE program, we took 20,000 youngsters and we trained them in work-ready skills. And it always gives me so much pride when I meet them. Recently, I met one young lady who said, "Prime Minister, you don't remember me?" Well, I can't remember 1 out of 20,000, but she said, "You came to where I was training. I was learning to stitch and sew." And she says, "I now have that skill. I do my training, my stitching and my dressmaking. But you know what? The other skills that I have learned, I am now a travel agent. Today, Jamaica has the lowest unemployment rate in its history of 3.3%. I want to draw an analogy. Someone sent me a note, and I just want to point out that note. We are just reaching 3.3%. We have never been 3.3% unemployment in Jamaica. In 1978, Singapore, listen to me good now. Singapore is a country the size of the parish of St. James. It has currently about 5 million people. Jamaica has about 2.8 million people. Back then, its population would have been the size of Jamaica now. In 1978, 47 years ago, Singapore had an unemployment rate of 3.3%. In other words, 47 years ago, Singapore had the unemployment rate that we have now. Singapore's unemployment rate is much lower now. But you know what Singapore's per capita income is? Somewhere in the region of about $60,000 US. That means everybody who stand up here, who is of working age, their average income is about $60,000 US. Our per capita GDP, our per capita income is somewhere about $7,000 US. For us to get to $60,000 US, it means that we have to keep our people employed for the next 47 years going forward. It means that you have to have an economy that is working, an economy that is properly run. You cannot take any risk with the economy. The PNP has never run the economy of this country well, and if they ever get a chance on this economy, they will destroy it as they have done every time they have run this country. Listen to me very carefully. Jamaica needs to stay on this path for the longest time, so that all of you here, you might not be satisfied with the job that you have, but how development starts, it starts with you getting an income, and you stay with that income, and you build with that income, and you save with that income, and you improve yourself till you get a better job, and the economy does better, and you do better. That is how development happens. We are just getting there now. And if it is one thing that I must do, is to make sure that nothing derails the economy. The PNP have spread a notion that the economy is for the big people. That is the greatest deception that has ever happened to our people. And you know why? The people who say that are the people who have benefited most from the economy of this country. In the 1990s, the PNP ran the economy in such a way that they increased interest rates. I want everybody to listen to this. They increased the interest rate high. And then they borrowed. Who were the people that lent them money? They are in parliament today. They benefited. They built a business on the high interest rate policy of the PNP. They made their money, those Tapanaris made their money on the backs of people like you, because it is the taxes that you paid that pay the high interest rate to those people. Poor people don't have money to lend to the government. It is those people who had the investment houses that benefited, and then now they want to come and pretend as if they never benefited from government. They benefited from the bad economic policies which affected you. It was so bad that a member of their own party, a member of their own cabinet, a man of the cloth, a man who was a churchman, he had to comment, his conscience was pricking him. And he said this policy of the high interest rate was the greatest transfer of wealth from you, the poor people, to them. The man who claimed that he is a Tapanaris, he was the one who benefited. No poor person in Jamaica should ever allow that man to touch the economy, because he and his friend will go back to the high interest rate policies so that they can benefit from it and continue where they left off, of transferring wealth from you to their coffers. Whatever little I made in life, I made it just like you. I buy 2 taxis, then I open a taxi company, and I go through the struggles just like everybody else. I want to thank those who thought that by releasing documents that they would somehow diminish me. I am a true Jamaican. I went through the Jamaican struggles, and I never made any money on the backs of the Jamaican people. I never made any money off of government. When it was proposed to increase my salary, they go around and tell lie. A man in a bar, I say, oh, me make $28 million. I said, really? You never realize that I didn't take any salary increase. My salary today is about $9 million. That's what average salary. The other man who claim him a Tapanaris, who claim him not need no money from government, him take it. And you don't know when him doing it. But I never take it. Who is truly for Jamaica? Who is truly for Jamaica?
Me now sell out my friend, now got this my friend. Be a blessing, me son. Please your guide and protect them. Now sell out my friend, now got this my friend.
Every day I read my Bible and I pray, and I want to thank all the Jamaicans who pray for me. Let me tell them and them friends, no weapon that they are conspiring to form against me shall prosper.
When I see my friends become my enemy, I have to far. No link, no far. Cause I know dirty heart can't sweep it through. They are like the trees they can't.
So, you know, I am you, and you are me. We are one. I will never do anything to harm you. We have gone through the same struggles. And for our young people, especially those who are looking to go on to tertiary education, we have looked very carefully at the student loan. And you would have seen that we have removed the requirement for guarantors. Now you can, on your own, get. The next thing that we are going to do, and I should tell you, that if you are a tertiary student and you are doing well in school, you maintain a grade point average of 2.5 or higher, you can apply to the Student Loan Bureau to have your interest rate reduced. So that's another thing that helps you. Recently, I was in my constituency and a teacher came to me and she said she was agitated. She said she's in a WhatsApp group, and in that WhatsApp group the PNP are promising to write off the teacher's student loan. And she bought into it. And she said to me, Prime Minister, you have to come and do something better, because this is something I believe in. But it was quite, there were other people around, and I was trying to explain how the student loan works. And a youngster behind me, quite providentially, because I was just talking to another person who was saying that she wants her daughter to go to university, but she can't afford the university fees, and I was pointing her to the student loan. So the youngster who was behind me said, but miss, if them write off the loans, how me I go get my loan? When me ready to go apply for my student loan. The student loan is a revolving fund, and it requires that people who borrow pay it back so that others can get. Now, I am very sympathetic to teachers. I was a teacher. I still am a teacher. I love teachers. Teachers are indispensable, and we must do everything in our powers to ensure that they are properly remunerated. But my teachers that I love so much, I cannot give you gimmicks. Indeed, I say this to all our sectors, which is what is happening now, that people are trying to play sector against sector. Anything that the government does, and I want every sector to think about it carefully, particularly those who are spreading the nonsense in the WhatsApp groups. If you give one benefit to somebody, you have to be fair, because you don't want to make anybody else worse off when you give one person or one group or one sector a benefit. So how you get a benefit and give everybody the benefit? Well, one thing you can do, which is what we are now currently examining, is to extend the payment period for the student loan, which will reduce the monthly payments that people would pay. The truth is, that a country at our stage of development, that we need to get more people into tertiary education. We need to treat tertiary education like a long-term asset, more like when you purchase a house and you get a mortgage. That's how we need to treat the student loan. So we are studying that, and you will hear more about what we plan to do to reduce the monthly payment for every sector, so that we're not giving a special benefit to one. So if we give to teachers and public sector workers, what happened to the people who are working in private sector? What happened to the other people who not work? You have to give it to everybody. What that shows you is that you have a government that really cares, not about special interests, but cares about everybody. Make sure what we do is fair and equitable to everybody. One of the other things that I know is affecting a lot of Jamaicans now, as we move across the country, we pick that up. We see a lot of children with severe learning challenges, including from autism and other spectrum disorders. And the parents simply just don't know how to cope. We don't have enough of those services in Jamaica. So what we are going to do in our next term, we are going to invest in expanding the existing facilities that we have, particularly at MICO. And we're going to build new facilities to ensure that eventually we have one such facility in every parish in the island to treat with those persons and households who are suffering. Many of these lives can be made meaningful, they can contribute, but they need the right facilities, they need the right therapy, and they need the right care. And our government cares and will provide those services and facilities. We did. Minister Samuda, Matthew Samuda, I'm sure would have told you about all our plans for water, but he did mention that we are going to launch a new amnesty program for medium, small, and micro enterprises, where we will, as of the 1st of September, write off 50% of the outstanding amounts that these medium, small, and micro enterprises owe in water bills. This is about getting us back into full production mode.
It's about hard for them keep up. Me a go hard and my song them a creep up. For real and reality, my dream turn young go get a youth hero. No more me a start from zero.
I could go on and on. I have a list here with all kind of things that we are going to do. But we have more to come and more opportunities to express to you. The big point that you have gathered here to hear.
And to go and walk them one by one. We ever go and walk them two by two. Girl, me friend, walk them three by three. Best government we run the country. All of them. Look how we balance the economy. We labor, thank you, Lord. Enough people never have key, but now them own a yard. Nobody's surprised.
I don't need to tell you that this is the best performing government in the history of Jamaica.
Them can't run, them can't hide, them can't do nothing. Labor right, I go mash them up. Yeah, labor right, why mash them up? Whoa, them can't run.
Everywhere I go, I tell you something. Look, we produce a book with all our achievements. 250, we have about 1,000. But we couldn't put 1,000 in a booklet. You know when something is valuable. When you walk around and you give it out to people, you don't see them throw it away on the floor. In fact, when I go to people's houses and I'm doing my house to house, they ask me, Prime Minister, give me one of the books them now. We have had to print another set of the books because the first amount that we print, finish off, everybody take it, and everybody wants the next set. So we still have, and we're going to be giving that around. The PNP has no answer to that. I think that argument is settled in your mind, that the Jamaica Labour Party is the best performing government of any time in Jamaica. But you can be assured that the Jamaica Labour Party is the strongest, most active, and most strategic government. We took this country through COVID. We took this country through Hurricane Beryl and several tropical storms, through supply chain crashes, through high inflation, and we have not missed a beat. We are a solid government. There was never a time when this country felt like there was no one at the wheel. This government plans for the long term. There are people who are saying, boys, because election, why are we doing so much? No. If you check back our Facebook page, our Instagram, our, all of them, you name them, Twitter, TikTok, and I know me I cut it. That man is right to say, all me I do a walk and I cut it. We cut crime, we cut the debt, we cut murders and violence, we cut the interest rate, we cut the inflation rate, we cut taxes. But we are able to do this because we have been planning for a long time. So we put things on a train line and then they roll automatically. We go on to the next one. So you have a government that is rolling, that you don't want to disturb that train rolling because there's much more to come. But we are a democracy. And what you see gathered here in your numbers, I want you to understand, yes, some of you, most of you, are supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party. But there are persons here who are not. There are persons who are curious, who come to see. They are just Jamaicans like everybody else. I am sure there are PNP people here as well. I'm sure. Welcome, my PNP friends. Welcome. And remember now, we are international. It is amazing. As I am walking and I stop somewhere, somebody said, take my phone and say hello to my niece. She there foreign. She want to come home, come vote for you. So, I want to acknowledge all Jamaicans in the diaspora who are interested to come and vote. I welcome you back home. I am grateful for your support. This crowd is a representation of Jamaica. You make Jamaica's democracy stronger. There are many countries in the world where this can't happen. Don't take it for granted. I have to stand here and account to you for the authority that you give to us as the government. And there can be no break in that. The authority is not forever. At a certain period of time, how we use the authority has to be reviewed. Our stewardship must be reviewed by you, the people. There is a classic fable, parable in the Bible about the talents. Some stewards hide the talents, make nothing of it. But we are not those stewards. We grow the talents. We take the resources and we make them more. We are good stewards. And we ask you, the people, the masters, to make a judgment, to make a choice on who will steward your affairs. So earlier today, I advised His Excellency the Governor General of my intention to announce the general elections for him to set certain processes in place, including the dissolution of Parliament. I now declare that nomination day will be Monday, August 18th. And the general election date is fixed at Wednesday, September 3.
Labor right, we ready now. Labor right, we ready now. Ring the bell, then heavy now. Ring the bell, then heavy now. Labor right, we ready now. Labor right, we ready now. Get the anthem ready now. Get the anthem ready. The river coming down, no bank to bank, it's coming down. The river coming down, no bank to bank, it's coming down. Labor right coming down, to bank, it's coming down. Progress coming down, to bank, it's coming down. Who was the champion? Who was the big man? Who run the island? Who got the best plan? Who had the champion? Who was the big man? Who run the island? Who got the best plan? Who was the champion?
I also wish to inform you that local government by-elections in the Chancery Hall Division, the Olympic Gardens Division, the Seabright Gardens Division, and the Denham Town Division will be held concurrently with the general election in those constituencies.
Labor right, we ready now. Labor right, we ready now. Ring the bell, then heavy now. Ring the bell, then heavy now. Labor right, we ready now.
I will ask the Minister of Local Government to formally make the announcement.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Just to advise that after consultation on a letter written by Kingston's mayor, we have taken the decision to endorse the announcement made by the most honorable Prime Minister. So all 4 divisions on election day will have their rightful representation.
To my fellow Jamaicans, you now know the date. You now know the time. We ask you to choose wisely. Choose Jamaica. Choose the Jamaica Labour Party. Choose the government that has delivered and will continue to deliver for you. Choose the government that cares and love you. Choose the Jamaica Labour Party. God bless you. Go home safely. Campaign hard. Embrace all Jamaicans. Bring you, your neighbor, your family, everybody to the polling station. God bless you. Love you. Get home safely.
Prime Minister Andrew Michael Holness announcing the date for the country's 19th general elections, Wednesday, September 3, 2025. Nomination day is next Monday, August 18. That's nomination day, next Monday, August 18. Election day, Wednesday, September 3. This means, for the second time in recent years, the general elections will be held on September 3. In 2020, September 3, and 2025, September 3. George Davis is at the Halfway Tree Square. George?
Yes, Steph. Yes, Steph. Good evening. Good evening. So we are at what? This is our. Well, go ahead. You go ahead.
The reactions of the Labourites inside Halfway Tree Square.
Let me tell you something. It was bedlam. So here's the thing. When he said, "I have advised the Governor General," it would be incorrect to say not many people because there's a lot of people here. There are tens of thousands of people here. But when he said, "I have advised the Governor General," only some of that number really picked up as to where he was going, because of course you know that is a language used when an election date is to be announced, general election date. But you see, when he said, "I am pleased to announce," that was when the masses cottoned down to, "Oh, the date is coming now." And I tell you, from my vantage at the transport center, there's a jerk man just below our broadcast point who has been doing a rip-roaring trade. The man dropped his fork and he just started clanging the top of the jerk pan to the bottom, just clanging it, and he was jumping like a child. Bam, bam, bam. I don't know what happened to the chicken in the pan. And all around, every Labourite who was lounging, just paying half attention to what was happening. When he said the announcement, and then that man started clanging the pan, other people got up. People started hugging each other and say, "Yes, I eat this now." And everybody turned into and faced the direction the Prime Minister was speaking. It was almost as if the whole place just took on a new life, and it was bouncing with life before. I'm happy I was here to see that reaction, to be able to relay it to you, because you know it would have been difficult for somebody to convince me about the reaction if I hadn't seen it for myself.
What was it like in the crowd, or the response of the crowd, when he dealt with the integrity issue?
That again was another high point, because remember now, the energy was bubbling at a certain level. So imagine a scale of 0 to 10, 0 the lowest, 10 the highest. So people were giving him a 6, a 6.5. When he mentioned the integrity issue, and that I know what it is to struggle like you, and I came from where you came from, and I work and build myself with 2 taxi, then a taxi company. It shot to 10. The mercury just rose up on the thermometer all the way up. That was an energizing point, because you know Mr. Holness's speeches sometimes are longer when he's dealing with the policy and the heavy lifting. The things that you, Cliff Hughes, and myself as commentators, we talk about, we harp about policy and plan and everything else. That interests us. The masses, not so much. So when he was hitting those parts of the speech, he was getting a 6 and a 5 from the crowd. But when he dealt with something such as the integrity issue, it shot all the way back up to 10, and people were fully engaged back again. It's almost as if they were sitting here waiting on him to address that issue, because they felt that him, number one, the Prime Minister, the man who's the subject of the rumor, the innuendo, the attacks, he needed to speak in his own defense, and they lapped it up.
And there was another moment when he got emotional in the speech. Yes, he was almost choking up when he was speaking about his family, I think it was.
His mother and
his sister who were there, and his family, his 2 boys, and his wife. He was getting almost emotional.
And they gave him sustained applause on that point. And that was another high point in this speech. Another high point to accompany that, Cliff, was when he said, "Look, when I walk among the people, they call me brother, they call me son, they call me uncle. They can identify with me. I am just a regular guy. And in saying that, he is speaking to his own authenticity, his own ability to be accepted as just one of the people. And at the same time, drawing a contrast between the man who would block his path to Jamaica House again, to say he does not have that same effect. He can't lay claim to being able to blend in with a crowd of Jamaicans drawn at random in the way I can.
Yes.
And that was another high point for him in the speech.
All right, George. Ronaldinho, a young man, what did you make of the Prime Minister's presentation?
I think it struck primarily at, successfully so, struck primarily at relatability. I think that was a big tone and tenor. So when he talked, when he moved through the issues, whether it was transportation, and he said he used to take the taxi and the bus to school, and he used to walk to school. He said, I know the Jamaican struggle. That's why we make policy for the benefit of the Jamaican people. Or when he talked about the issue of housing, he said, I was born in Cumberland in a one-bedroom board house. I personally know the struggles for housing that this nation has gone through. I'm intimately aware of it. And that's why we've targeted to build 70,000 new houses in Jamaica and 60,000 more. And again, on that integrity issue, he says, I am a true Jamaican. I went through the Jamaican struggles. I never made money off of the backs of the Jamaican people. He said, I am you and you are me. We are one. I will never do anything to harm you. So I think he tried really hard to position himself among the Jamaican people and contrast himself to a figure like Mark Golding, who I guess the administration and the JLP currently campaigning is trying to sell as a man who is unrelatable, as a man who is far away from the experience of the common man in Jamaica, and thus far less likely to make policy that understands their issues and can affect their lives. Another thing he went for is this common line. He said, this is not a promise to you, this is a commitment. He said, I'm not making a promise. We have actually studied and started, and we will implement these things. So he tried to separate himself from, I guess, previous politicians who at this stage on the campaign stump will be throwing out and dishing out all kinds of promises. Of course, he did make promises, but he didn't frame them as such. He led with his achievements in each area that he went through, which is what you would have expected him to do. And he said, look, we have shown we can do the work. We've already started some of this work that I'm telling you about. This is the trajectory we're on, to use the language of Jermaine Barrett from earlier. And this is why you should trust me. This is why you should trust my commitment to you. Overall, I think it was a good speech. On the date, I think it was the date everyone was expecting, September 3, 5 years to the date from the last general election. The nomination day set for next Monday the 18th of August, 16 days before the general election, which is the minimum number required by the law. And of course, nomination dates are usually set for the Monday or the Tuesday following the announcement. Another thing to note is that maybe a date that many people were looking out for would have been Thursday, the 4th of September. Thursday is the most popular election day. There have been 18 elections in Jamaica since adult suffrage. 8 have been on a Thursday, 6 have been on a Tuesday, 1 has been on a Monday, and 3 have been on a Wednesday. So this will be the 4th election since adult suffrage held on a Wednesday.
Thank you, Ronaldinho. Nadine?
I agree with Ronaldinho. I thought that Andrew really, really pushed the idea that I am of you. I am a man of the people. Remember that famous book, Man of the People, and that he understands the experiences of Jamaicans because he has lived them. He's not coming at them from the perspective of somebody who has watched it on TV. He has been there. I think for me, one of the high point was him speaking to that corruption issue, because we haven't seen him or heard him speak about it. And then he spoke about it in the context of not just what he did, but in ways that Jamaican can relate when he spoke to that no weapon formed against me shall prosper. That was a powerful moment.
Yes.
I'm sure you would have heard, I wanted to ask George, people kept shouting Andrew in the background, and you could see the momentum building, the energy building. the support for him building, and he leaned into that. His mother was there, looking like a regular Jamaican woman who and he talked about her and his grandmother and his great grandmother and how those realities fed into his life, and so I think people who are watching him again would have thought that is something I can relate to. A young man who is raised by great-grandmother, grandmother, mother, who speaks about a connection with the NHT and housing. Some of the issues that Jamaicans are have expressed frustrations with owning a house and how do we get to own a home. He spoke as well about building houses so that the prices of houses will go down, and he's right. Jamaicans complain. We all complain, not just myself, on the price of houses, and so he spoke to that and spoke about it with an idea that he understood what people were experiencing. And one of the things he called out, which for me is important because I work at the university and I know what young people go through with affording tertiary education. He spoke to the fact that the crowd had so much young people in it, and then he talked about the Students' Loan Bureau, and we spoke about it earlier, no requirements of guarantor for you, but also that people who are doing well, who are getting a high enough GPA, can ask for their interest rates to be reduced. And it was very relatable on several counts. Different people could listen. He spoke about people in tenement yards and big yards and the social housing program being revitalized to address issues in a more sustainable, in a faster manner. So I think he did a lot to connect to relate to get Jamaicans to understand that he's not a foreigner, he's not a visitor.
And he's also, by doing that, contrasting himself with the opposition leader.
He is.
Mark Golding.
And I think he did a successful job at it.
Desmond Richards, your take.
Well, the Prime Minister did a good job to sell himself and his party policies tonight. Spoke for nearly 2 hours. I wasn't expecting him to be talking so long, but he's on campaign. It's campaign time, and therefore, what he did tonight was what is expected of him, to sell himself and his policies to the people. Now, whether or not what he said tonight will be able to convince more voters, who, let us call them undecided voters, is left to be seen. The other thing is this, that the Prime Minister kept saying that when he was making promises and saying, oh, this is not a promise, this is a commitment. The 70,000 houses was a promise. Let us remember that. And the JLP government has not delivered on that. Right? Tonight he made another promise that he's going to build 60,000 more houses. Let us watch and see. I would say that I commend him for, his presentation, but I didn't expect less than that from him tonight. Let us see, Mike. I raised this question earlier on, and I'm raising it again. Let us see if these feel-good policies. Let us see if these policies that the JLP has been practicing, has been delivering for the last 9 years. Let us see how they have filtered down into the lives of the ordinary voter on September 3. Let us see if they are going to give the JLP a third term to continue.
That's a critical question to be answered on September 3. Yes? Thank you very much, Desmond Richards, Ronald Dino, Nadine Spence. Thank you all so much. After the break, we're going to hear from Ricardo Brooks and Tonna Thomas, who were at Halfway Tree Square.
This is the Race to 32, the battle for Jamaica House and the issues that matter. Your voice, your vote.
Tune in to Nationwide 90 FM, the new revolution in media. Stay ahead of the curve with our cutting-edge reporting and accurate breaking news coverage.
We are having an earthquake. Oh, God.
Hear it here first on Nationwide 90 FM. Tune in, turn up the volume, and listen. We bring a mix of news, entertainment, and sports to your lives.
Nationwide 90 FM's live and continuous coverage of the World Championships in Budapest, Hungary.
News and discussions week mornings.
Coming up in the news at 6 for this morning.
Entertainment in the afternoons, then news again in the evenings.
Nationwide news at this hour. Fired.
Also, tune into the entertainment and sports shows in the nights and on the weekends.
It is Boy Things After Dark right here on Nationwide 90 FM.
Everything is news, from current affairs and entertainment to sports, business, and other categories.
Nationwide 90 FM. This is Beanie. Give it to them. Zaga, Zen.
From every whisper to every commotion.
That's rubbish. The KSAMC cannot investigate itself.
Every news story unfolds here first at Nationwide 90 FM, the new revolution in media. Every sound is a story, and every story we share is news.
Informative, educational, insightful. Let's talk justice. Tackling topics like constitutional rights and reform, domestic violence, and rights issues that affect you. Let's talk justice every Mondays from 1 to 2 p.m. on Nationwide 90 FM. Call in, share your thoughts, be empowered, know your rights, and let's talk justice, ensuring access to justice for all, courtesy of Jamaica.
This is the Race to 32, the battle for Jamaica House and the issues that matter. Your voice, your vote.
11 minutes going up to 10 o'clock. George is still on location in Halfway Tree Square, which is emptying out. Ricardo Brooks is back at Broadcast House. Ricardo, your assessment of what you heard tonight from Prime Minister Holness.
First of all, it was clearly... Good evening. Good night to the listeners. First of all, I thought it was clearly a Prime Minister, a JLP leader, who now intends to answer his critics. And not only to answer them, but to answer them forcefully. He also clearly intends to create a contrast between himself and his opponent, Mark Golding, and to tell the Jamaican people he's the better choice. Yeah? I don't think we've heard him on the offensive in this way.
It started at East Road, St. Andrew.
True. While at the same time weaving in what he sees as the achievements, the scorecard. You know, he says periodically a government must give an account of its stewardship. I thought he was successful at that. I was in front of the stage, behind the stage, and the message was clearly landing well. And what impressed me is that he seemed not to have a fully fledged speech, talking points. And you could see that he was in command at once of both the politics and the policy. And there's a section of the anthem that says, "Give us vision lest we perish."
Yes.
He clearly gave vision tonight and asked the Jamaican people to buy into that while feeding his base the political red meat that I think they've been missing, if I'm to be frank, because he has, over his tenure in office, been restrained. And I suppose it's perhaps by the weight of the office of Prime Minister, mindful of the fact that he should be set apart. But tonight, clearly, he's in campaign mode.
The gloves are off.
The gloves are off.
Yeah.
I thought he delivered well.
Oh, Georgie isn't there. But from this distance,
yes.
Yeah, I was saying to the other panelists, I've watched this man grown. Yeah? Yeah? Not grow, not grown, grow. Yeah? Over the last 10 years. Yeah? He has grown as a political communicator, as a prime minister, as a policy wonk. Yeah? And that was very much in evidence tonight.
Yes.
Yeah? He was able to weave the politics, as you say, with the policy and landed some blows. He never mentioned the name Mark Golding once.
No.
But he did several times.
Yeah.
Yeah? And that to me suggests that you're absolutely correct. He's going to fight now. Yeah, it's now time to fight. And the next how many days now? 16 and 5, about 21 days, 23 days. It's going to be a hell of a political battle.
I want to say also, Cliff, that the young people have a saying. They say you have aura. Yeah? It means you're set apart. There's a certain je ne sais quoi about you. Different. When he arrived tonight, I've been to other political rallies. I have never witnessed anything like what I saw in Halfway Tree. There were people crying. Crying. And I don't know if you heard it in his voice when he started, but you could tell he was overwhelmed.
Yes.
Because, and you saw a man that has been taking hit after hit after hit. And here was the base of his party saying to him, we stand behind you.
We love you.
And we're lifting you up. And you could see that he was overwhelmed by that. I think he said when he began, he said, I am overwhelmed. And what a crowd. If this is an indication of the strength of the organization and the capacity to mobilize, I think it was a strong statement. Because this was announced, 3 days ago, officially, that they would be having a rally in Halfway Tree?
Yeah, 3-4 days ago.
That crowd stretched beyond Pavilion Mall, and the stage was at the clock in Halfway Tree. It was a massive crowd.
Yeah, you could see it from the drone shot.
To the point that Ton and I was able to get here so quickly because I was backstage, and the back of the stage faced down Halfway Tree Road. So as soon as he was finished, I was able to, walk away. Ton is probably still trying to make her way down now, along with Kimberly and them. Yeah.
Well, as I said, it is going to be a battle royal from here now. Yeah, and we have our work cut out for us come nomination day, Monday, August 18, and election day for the second consecutive time. Yeah? So it was in September 2020, so it is in September 2025, September 3, the date if you missed it.
And clearly, the JLP leader must believe that there is something special about 3. September 3 was when Bruce Golding ended the People's National Party's long reign in government in 2007. That election was on September 3. And of course, 2020, that massive victory.
The messaging from the platform.
Disciplined. Very disciplined. Very disciplined. In fact, a colleague journalist from another media house said to me, this is what they get right. They get a lot wrong, but this is what they get right. Disciplined messaging. All the speakers dealt with their area in terms of what they've delivered and told the Jamaican people why they see that as being positive and why they deserve another term in government.
Yeah.
It was.
Well, thank you very much, Ricardo Brooks, our producer, Sonia Stewart, our technical operator, Damien Cunningham, our team in Halfway Tree, George Davis, of course, Tana Thomas, and of course, Jermaine Compass, our broadcast engineer, Dana Davey, Jamal, yes, was also in Halfway Tree Square, Kimali, and Nigel Walker. Austin.
Yes.
I keep on calling him Walker. Nigel Austin. Thank you all so much. Yeah, it's late in the evening on Sunday evening. Oh, you don't have to be back here tomorrow morning. But Tona will have to be here tomorrow morning. And George, yes?
Yes.
So that's how our work is going to be now for the next 20-25 days. Yes? As we bring you the race to 32. Have a good night.
Good night.
This is the Race to 32, the battle for Jamaica House and the issues that matter. Your voice, your vote.
That was the JLP Mass Rally brought to you by the Jamaica Labour Party.
Tune in to Nationwide 90 FM, the new revolution in media. Stay ahead of the curve with our cutting-edge reporting.